Senate President and the Senators of the Republic of the Philippines.
The 65th session of the Senate, the first regular session of the 19th Congress is hereby called to order. The chamber will be led in prayer today by no other than our distinguished colleague, Senator Grace Poe.
Sa ngalan ng Ama, ng Anak, ng Espiritu Santo. Amen. Panginoon, salamat po sa buhay na ipinagkaloob mo sa amin. Salamat sa bawat simula, sa bawat pagkakataong lumikha ng mabuti at makakabuti sa aming bayan. Manahan ka po sa aming lahat na naririto ngayon. Gawin mo po kaming instrumento para sa paglikha ng isang bansang payapa at masagana sa pamamagitan ng mga panukalang batas na aming inaakta. Bigyan mo po ang bawat isa ng lakas at tapang na maglingkod ng may integridad at paggalang sa aming posisyon at institusyon ng may malasakit at pagmamahal sa aming pinaglilingkuran. Naway liwanag mo, Panginoon, ang aming maging gabay sa aming trabaho at sa aming buhay. Amen. Sa ngalan ng Ama, ng Anak, ng Espiritu Santo.
Secretary, please call the roll of members.
Roll call of members. The Honorable Senator Angara, Senator Binay, Senator Cayetano Alan, Senator Cayetano Pia, Senator De La Rosa, Senator Ejercito, Senator Escudero, Senator Estrada, Senator Gatchalian, Senator Go, Senator Ontiveros, Senator Lapid, Senator Legarda, Senator Marcos, Senator Padilla, Senator Pimentel, Senator Poe, Senator Revilla, Senator Tolentino, Senator Tulfo, Senator Villanueva, Senator Villar Cynthia, Senator Villar Mark, the Senate President.
With 21 senators present, the chair declares the presence of a quorum. Majority Leader?
Yes, Mr. President. Mr. President, before we proceed with
20,
anything else.
Correct, 22 kasama si Senator Tolentino sa 21 members present.
Yes, Senator Tolentino is here, Mr.
He's
President.
part of the 21. Oh, sorry, Majority Leader, please proceed.
Yes, Mr. President, before we proceed with anything else, Mr. President, today is the birthday of our dear colleague, the distinguished lady from the city of Taguig and Pateros, Senator Pia Cayetano. We wish her a happy, victorious, and blessed birthday.
Happy birthday to our distinguished colleague, Senator Pia Cayetano. Allow me to suspend session for 1 minute so we can greet her. Session suspended.
Mr. President, with the permission of the body, I move that we dispense with the reading of the journal of the 64th session Tuesday, March 21, 2023, and consider the same as approved.
There being no objection to the motion of the majority floor leader, the motion is approved.
Yes, Mr. President, before we proceed, we'd like to acknowledge some guests from the gallery. We have here with us our good friend, Ambassador Ilan Flas of Israel. We also have with us, Mr. President, the ASEAN Center for Biodiversity, led by its Executive Officer, Dr. Teresa Lim, guest of Senator Ligarda, guest of Senator Subiri, our Senate President, the local government of Bagong Bayan, Suntan Kudarat, led by Mayor Lonalet De Pedro. Guest of this representation, Mr. President, the champions of the 2022 Engineering Innovation Challenge from Batangas State University. They are here with us, headed by our good friend, President Tirso Ronquillo. Also with us, Mr. President, are the World Universities Debating Champions from the Ateneo de Manila University. We also have with us the Mayor of Sadong Bernal of Mayor Sadong Bernal of Dasol, Pangasinan, guest of Senator Binay, guest of Senator Estrada, Councilor Chucky Antonio of the 3rd District of Quezon City, and TV and movie director Bobet Vidanes. We welcome all of them in this August chamber, Mr. President.
Yes, we'd like to welcome all our guests to your Senate and also this Israeli ambassador. Your Honor, welcome to the Senate, to the Ambassador Plus.
Yes, Mr. President, Senator Tolentino is seeking the floor. I
Yes.
that he be recognized, Mr.
Our
President.
distinguished
Mr.
colleague,
President.
Chairman of the Committee on Justice and the Blue Ribbon Committee is recognized.
Mr. President, just two quick manifestations, Mr. President, before I take up the time of this honorable chamber. Mr. President, with just a little over 6 months before the long overdue barangay elections, napakaaga po nung filing. The filing will be first week of July. And with the consent of my chairperson, Senator Amy Marcos, this representation filed a petition before the Commission on Elections seeking the postponement of the filing of the certificate of candidacy to extend it from the first week of July to the last week of August, Mr. President. Sa palagay ko po, Mr. President, if this will be approved, this will prevent violence. This will likewise help the LGUs perform well. This will prevent early politicking, Mr. President. Just a manifestation. And I hope the Commission on Elections is listening, and I hope that a forthcoming resolution will be out soon. Another manifestation, Mr. President, while I still have the floor, Mr. President. And now I invoke Rule 39, Section 107 of our rules, Mr. President. And this manifestation has something to do with my personal privilege, Mr. President. I understand that there are concerns about the Senate Blue Ribbon Committee's inaction on the alleged anomalous sugar importation. And I take this allegation seriously. And I believe, for me, is violative of our tradition of courtesy. Mr. President, I likewise invoke Rule 34, Section 93 of our rules. For our recollection, your Blue Ribbon Committee conducted a thorough and exhaustive investigation, which started last August 2022 over the Sugar Regulatory Administration's release of Sugar Order Number 4, which allowed the importation of 300,000 metric tons of sugar into the country. The following month, your committee recommended the filing of charges against 4 officials of the Department of Agriculture and the SRA. Pending pa ho yung kaso, Mr. President, sa Ombudsman. The committee has been working diligently and will continue to do so as its guiding principle. At this moment, your committee's hands are full with the NAIA human trafficking investigations, which just ended last March 20, 2023, simultaneously with the fraternity hazing hearings under the Committee on Justice and Human Rights, which I likewise chair. I want to clarify, Mr. President, that your committee will take action on pressing issues involving malfeasance, misfeasance, and nonfeasance in office by officers and employees of the government, its branches, agencies, subdivisions, and instrumentalities, and will investigate any matter of public interest laid before it. Mr. President, rest assured that the Blue Ribbon Committee will remain steadfast and committed in its responsibilities. Rest assured that we will hold accountable those who should be held accountable and punish those who should be punished. Makasalig ka nga ang Blue Ribbon Committee, magpadayon og magpabiling ligon sa mga responsibilidad ni ini. Makasalig ka nga atong patubagon. Ang mga angay patubagon og silutan, ang mga angay silutan para sa kaayuhan ng atong nasod. Daghang salamat, Mr. President.
Daghan salamat po. Ako'y kabalo na magkabalo di ay siya magbinisaya ang atong taga-Cavite. Yes, Senator Ivy Marcos would like to be recognized.
Mr. President.
Yes, Mr. President, I have knowledge that in fact the resolution and urgent request of Senator Tolentino is now under consideration of the COMELEC, and they will forthwith announce a new later date. Thank you.
Thank you very much, ma'am. So, Majority Leader? We appreciate also the manifestation made by our chairperson of the Committee on Justice and Blue Ribbon.
Yes, Mr. President. The Deputy Minority Leader is seeking the floor, Mr. President. I move that she be recognized, Senator Risa Ontiveros.
We recognize Senator Risa Ontiveros, our Deputy Minority Floor Leader.
Salamat kaayo, Mr. President. Just a brief manifestation in support of what the good gentleman from Cavite has said. I am one of the members of this chamber who believes and knows that the Blue Ribbon Committee under his leadership and through our secretariat in the committee is indeed preparing for the investigation. So just to add again my note of appreciation for that, Mr. President. Salamat kaayo, Mr. President.
Thank you very much for the manifestation. Majority Leader?
Yes, Mr. President, and we'd also like to put on record that the particular resolution was already referred to the Committee on Blue Ribbon Committee, Mr. President of the Senate. Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, at this juncture, and with the permission of the body, I move that we proceed with the reference of business.
There being no objection, we ask the Secretary to proceed to the reference of business.
Bills on first reading, Senate number 2023, creating a VAT refund mechanism for non-resident tourists, adding for the purpose a new section 112-A to the NIRC of 1997 as amended, Senator Gatchalian.
To the Committee on Ways and Means.
2024, establishing a TESDA training center in Isulan, Province of Sultan Kudarat, appropriating funds therefore, Senator Marcos.
Means on Higher Technical Vocational Education and Finance.
2025, converting the campus of the Polytechnic University of the Philippines located in the city of Parañaque into a regular campus of the PUP to be known as the Polytechnic University of the Philippines, Parañaque City Campus, appropriating funds therefore, Senator Marcos.
Means on Higher Technical Vocational Education and Finance.
2026, establishing a center for autism and for other purposes, Senator Ejercito.
The Committees on Health and Demography, Women and Children, and Finance.
2027, declaring climate change emergency and enhancing resiliency and adaptability to the effects of climate change, Senator Ejercito.
Committees on Environment, Natural Resources, and Finance.
Committee Report 61, by the Committees on Social Justice, Welfare and Rural Development and Finance, of Senate number 2028, with Senators Revilla Jr., Pimentel III, Gatchalian, Ontiveros, Marcos, and Go as authors thereof. An act expanding the coverage of the Centenarians Act of 2016, amending for the purpose RA 10868 and providing funds therefore, recommending its approval in substitution of Senate numbers 2174, 824, and 1951, sponsor Senator Marcos.
To the calendar for ordinary business. Majority Leader.
Mr. President, can I move for a minute suspension?
Session suspended.
Yes, Mr. President. Mr. President, I move that we proceed with additional reference of business.
There be no objection to the motion. We ask Secretary to please proceed with the additional reference of business.
Bills on first reading, Senate number 2029, ensuring the alignment of basic education and early childhood education, appropriating funds therefore and for other purposes, Senator Gatchalian.
To Committees on Basic Education, Women and Children, and Finance.
2030, amending Section 6 of RA 6958 by Senator Angara.
To the Committees on Government Corporations and Public Services.
2031, establishing security monitoring systems inside prison cells in the Philippines and appropriating funds therefore, Senator Tulfo.
Committee on Public Order and Dangerous Drugs, Justice, Human Rights, and Finance.
2032, institutionalizing the assistance to individuals in crisis situation program of the DSWD, providing penalties for the violation of certain unlawful acts, appropriating funds therefore, Senator Angara.
Committees on Social Justice and Finance.
2033, extending the life of the Philippine Aerospace Development Corporation by another 50 years, amending for the purpose PD 286 as amended and for other purposes, Senator Marcos.
Committee on Government Corporation and Public Enterprises.
Resolutions, PS Resolution 554, directing the appropriate Senate committee to conduct an inquiry in aid of legislation to improve and enhance government frontline services with the end in view of adopting stricter measures and penalties in case of harassment, misconduct, and human rights violations by government frontliners, Senator Tulfo.
For the Committees of Civil Service, Government Reorganization, Justice, and Human Rights.
555, directing the proper Senate committees to conduct an inquiry on the reported alarming amount of food waste in the country, Senator Binay.
To the Committee on Agriculture, Food, and Agrarian Reform.
556, urging the Committee on Energy to conduct an inquiry on the programs, activities, projects, and other initiatives of the Department of Energy and other government agencies to ensure continuous supply of electricity throughout the year, especially during peak season, Senator Villanueva.
For the Committee on Energy.
557, directing the Senate Committee on Labor, Employment and Human Resources Development and other appropriate committees to conduct an inquiry on anticipating the workforce requirements and potential skills gap of the Philippine electric vehicle industry, Senator Villanueva.
Committee on
Labor.
Committee on Labor, Employment, Human Resource Development.
Communications, a letter from the Office of the President of the Philippines transmitting to the Senate two original copies of the following Republic Acts, which were signed by His Excellency President Ferdinand Romualdez Marcos Jr. RA 11934, RA 11935, RA 11937, and RA 11938.
To the Archives.
Letter from the Office of the President of the Philippines transmitting to the Senate two original copies of RA 11936, appropriating funds for the operation of the government from January 1 to December 31, 2023, which was signed by His Excellency President Ferdinand Romualdez Marcos Jr. together with his line veto message in accordance with Article 6, Section 27, Paragraph 2 of the Constitution, which provides that the President shall have the power to veto any particular items in appropriation, revenue, or tariff bill.
To the Archives.
Committee Report 62, prepared and submitted by the Committee on Higher Education, Technical and Vocational Education. Upon recommendation of the Subcommittee on the Revitalized Reserve Officer Training Corps, jointly with the Committees on National Defense and Security, Peace and Unification and Reconciliation, and Finance on Senate number 2034 with Senators Padilla, Estrada, Ejercito, De La Rosa, Gatchalian, and Tolentino as authors, mandating the institutionalization of development, training, organization, and administration of Reserve Officer Training Corps program in higher educational institutions and technical vocational institutions, appropriating funds therefore and for other purposes, recommending its approval in substitution of Senate numbers 182, 236, 468, 1235, 1349, 1551, and 1565, taking into consideration House number 6687, sponsor Senator De La Rosa.
To the Calendar for Ordinary Business.
Committee Report 63 by the Subcommittee on Senate Bill number 129, National Employment Recovery Strategy of the Economic Affairs, Committees on Civil Service, Government Reorganization and Professional Regulation, and Finance. On Senate number 2035 with Senators Villanueva, Marcos, and Gatchalian as authors thereof. An act establishing the National Employment Master Plan to be known as the Trabajo para sa Bayan Plan, appropriating funds therefore and for other purposes, recommending its approval in substitution of Senate numbers 129 and 1659, sponsor Senator Villanueva.
To the Calendar for Ordinary Business. Majority Floor Leader, before we take up other matters, may I just request the chairperson of the Committee on Public Order and Security? I know he's deep in conversation, but may I just ask Senator Bato de la Rosa?
Bato.
Yeah. My apologies, Senator De La Rosa. May I just request the committee, I know if you can do motu proprio, I'm just very worried about the apprehension of 100 firearms in this condominium unit in Rockwell in Makati, and they're high-powered firearms. It could be anything, but it could be anything it could be anything such as gun running, but it could also be as bad as a terrorist cell. So I think there might be some security concerns and national security concerns on this particular issue. Maybe you can initiate your own inquiry under Section 2 of the Rules of the Senate. You may do so. I think this needs further investigation on your part, and then you can brief the Senate, Your Honor, if possible.
Yes, Mr. President, Your Honor, I will immediately comply to your instructions, Your Honor.
Thank you
I
po.
will do it and I will submit the required report.
Thank
You
you
are
po.
correct, Mr. President. The implication of such an issue would really may reach as far as national security, Mr. President. So, kailangan aksyonan natin ito.
And if I'm not mistaken, Mr. Chairman, my dear colleague, it was owned by a foreign national. Kaya yan ang nakakabahala. It's a foreign national. So we need to know if it's a gun running syndicate. Is it does he supply gun for hire syndicates? Or is he a terrorist cell or a cell of some sort by whoever, which can utilize the firearms at any notice. So maganda na tignan natin na malalim ito, Senator, and hopefully we can get to the bottom of it. So maraming salamat, Majority Leader. Yes,
Mr.
yes.
President, just a parliamentary inquiry. Is my committee authorized to conduct such an investigation without resolution to that effect?
Yes, you may, motu proprio. Let me check our rules.
No.
Attorney Mavic. You gave me the...
I have to be clear, Mr. President, because this involves
Yes, any committee may conduct motu proprio investigations if its issues within its jurisdiction. Under Section 2 of Rules of the Senate, inquiries may be initiated by the Senate or any of its committees if the matters within its competence or upon petition filed upon information given by any senator or by any persons not a member thereof. And we're discussing it now in plenary as the supreme authority. So basically, we're asking now the committee in plenary to investigate this matter. So you're well protected under our rules.
Thank you, Mr. President. Then I will submit to the wisdom of the Senate leadership. Thank you, Mr. President, for that instructions. I will do
Thank
it.
you. And I'm sure you also would like to know what's going on there.
Being the chairman of public order and dangerous drugs, Mr. President, I don't want to be asked by the people, General, what is happening to our country?
Yes.
That's
yes.
the question that I don't want to be asked of me, Mr. President. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Your Honor.
Thank you, Mr. President. And just
Sure,
to
Leader.
put on record, Mr. President, and to take this opportunity to commend and acknowledge the efforts of our dear colleague, Senator Bato de la Rosa. He's been proactively engaged, Mr. President, with this particular incident. In fact, in our Viber group, he was the first one who
Yes.
sent us all these photos, Mr. President. And so we laud his efforts, Mr. President. A lot of questions on my mind, Mr. President, like who is acquiring these guns and ammunitions, sinong nagpapapasok, sinong bumibili, Mr. President, at anong purpose at anong aktibidades ang ginagawa nitong perpetrators na ito, Mr. President. So with that, Mr. President, we thank the gentleman, Senator Bato de la Rosa, for proactively doing his job, Mr. President, as our chairperson of the Committee on Public Order. Mr. President, with the permission of the body, I move to consider proposed Senate Resolution number 404, taking into consideration proposed Senate Resolution numbers 405, 406, 412, 416, 417, and 438. And for the Secretary to read the title of the measure. This is the resolution congratulating the Ateneo de Manila University in relation to World Universities Debating Championship 2023. I so move, Mr. President.
There being no objection to the motion is approved. We ask the Secretary to read the title of the measure.
Resolution congratulating and commending the Ateneo de Manila University for their exemplary performance in winning the championship in the recently concluded World Universities Debating Championships 2023 held in Madrid, Spain from December 27, 2022 to January 3, 2023.
Yes, Mr. President. Mr. President, with the consent of the body, I move that this representation be recognized to deliver a short, very short sponsorship speech, Mr. President.
Yes, there being no objection to the motion. Please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. President, esteemed colleagues. Ako po ay lubos na nagagalak na maisponsoran ang resolusyon na nagbibigay parangal sa Ateneo de Manila University Debate Society members na sina David Africa at Toby Leung sa kanilang pagsungkit ng kampyonato sa 2023 World Universities Debating Championship nitong nakaraang Enero sa Madrid, Spain. Nagagalak po tayo, Ginoong Pangulo, sapagkat ang dalawang kabataang ito ay narito ngayon, physically present sa ating bulwagan. Mr. President, the World Universities Debating Championship is the world's biggest debating tournament. This is the third consecutive time that a team from Ateneo has advanced to the final round. And the first time in the tournament's 43-year history that a Filipino team has won the championship. Mr. President, in this year's final round, the teams debated on whether it's preferable to have a world where all individuals have a strong belief in Ubuntu. Ubuntu, which translates to I am because we are. It's an African philosophy that puts emphasis on being self through others. You know, Mr. President, this word Ubuntu is very close to our hearts, especially with this representation and Senator Sani Angara, considering we are both Boston Celtics fanatic, Mr. President, especially during the 2008 NBA Finals. Mr. President, David and Toby bested other teams from Princeton University, Tel Aviv University, and Bulgaria's Sofia University in the finals. All in all, Mr. President, they defeated over 260 teams that joined the tournament this year. So to Toby and David, the Ateneo de Manila Debate Society, and the entire university, our biggest congratulations and commendation for this incredible achievement. Maraming salamat, Ginoong Pangulo, and may God bless us all.
Yes, congratulations are in order to the team.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, our Deputy Minority Leader, Senator Risa Ontiveros, is seeking the floor. I move that she be recognized.
Our distinguished colleague, Senator Risa Ontiveros, who's an Atenean, by the way, proud Atenean, is recognized.
Salamat kaayo, Mr. President. It is my honor and delight to associate myself with this resolution commending the Ateneo Debate Society, specifically David Africa and Toby Leung, for winning the 2023 World Universities Debating Championship. As an Atenean, as remarked on by the good Senate President, I am delighted to hear that my fellow Ateneans bagged the coveted championship and are the first Filipinos to do so. But more importantly, it is wonderful that this honor is bestowed on the Philippines at a juncture when the Philippines needs this shot of hope. At a time when our country is being described as patient zero in social media disinformation, it is heartening to know that our young Filipinos are leading the way in rocking the boat, asking the critical questions, interrogating the status quo. After all, a healthy and thriving culture of debate feeds a working and flourishing democracy and empowers its citizens to demand a government that is open to criticism, accountable to the people, and free of corruption and violence. Ito po ang pinakamabisa nating panangga sa mga trolls, fake news, at algorithms na anay sa ating demokrasya at hadlang sa ating malayang pag-iisip. To David Africa, and incidentally, Mr. President, si David ay miyembro ng Akbayan Youth, and Toby Leung, May you continue to commit your lives and work to fostering debate and critical thinking, not just within your university and in global competitions, but in spaces where debating and critical thinking are most challenged. Shine the light of your brilliance, not only where it is appreciated, but also where it is sought to be suppressed. And in that space that seeks to suppress that light, may it shine even brighter. Salamat kaayo, Mr. President. Mabuhay, David at Toby.
Mr. President,
very
thank
much.
you. Mr. President, another Atenean would like to seek the floor. And according to him, Mr. President, there's lots of bonus
Oh,
reserved for the.
there should be from
Yes,
the
Mr.
Atenean from
President.
San
The
Juan.
manager of the Senate, Mr. President, no other than Senator Jingo Estrada. I move that he be recognized.
Our distinguished colleague, Senator Jingo Estrada, is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, with the indulgence of the sponsor, I would like to co-sponsor Senate Resolution number 404 entitled Resolution Congratulating and Commending the Ateneo de Manila University for their exemplary performance in winning the championship in the recently concluded World Universities Debating Championship 2023 held in Madrid, Spain from December 27 to January 3, 2023. Mr. President, the WUDC is the world's biggest debating tournament that is held annually in English language, in British parliamentary format, and with teams representing prestigious universities around the world. And in this 43rd WUDC, the Philippines emerged triumphant with the Ateneo de Manila University, I repeat, Ateneo de Manila University, bearing our flag. We are so proud of the victory of Mr. Toby Leong and Mr. David Dimitri Africa for having dominated this largest and most respected international debate competition. Toby Leong was named as the second best speaker, while David Africa was named as the eighth best speaker in this 43rd World Universities Debating Championship. They are the first Filipinos and the first Southeast Asians to have won these most coveted honors among debate enthusiasts. We have bested contenders from Harvard College, Stanford University, Princeton University, Brown University, National University of Singapore, London School of Economics, and University of Sydney, among others, in the earlier rounds to secure a spot in the finals. Our very own Ateneo de Manila University becomes the second university in Asia to bag the championship title. This momentous victory is a proof of the Filipino students' capacity to stand alongside the world's best young speakers and thinkers. They have ably represented the country and have showcased the nation's gift of eloquence, intellectual prowess, and ingenuity. They're master of the art of persuasion, critical thinking, and creative formulation of ideas honed through the years of dedication, study, and discipline, even at a young age, are positive characteristics that are worthy of emulation, especially for our students. At bilang isang Atenista, at bilang isang Pilipino, ako po ay lubos na nagagalak sa galing at talino ng kabataang Pilipino. My felicitations also goes to the other members of the Ateneo debate teams, namely Quintin Chua, Ali Baranda, Bernard Vincula, and Zen Tiangco for their job well done, and to all other people who have contributed their meaningful help and support to our champion team. Again, thank you, Mr. Toby and Mr. David Africa, for making us all proud. I hope that you will continue to use your talent and your genius to noble causes to inspire your fellow youths. Congratulations, and we are proud of you. Basta Atenista, magaling ka. Thank you, Mr. President.
Oh.
Basta Pilipino, magaling talaga, Ginoong Pangulo. Mr. President, Senator Revilla would like to just insert into the records his sponsorship speech. So as Senator Lito Lapid, just to manifest
Yes,
on the floor, Mr. President.
There be no objection.
Mr. President, Senator Lauren Legarda also would like to associate herself to the speeches made by our distinguished colleagues in this August chamber. And a lot of our colleagues had informed this representation to move that all members be made co-authors of this resolution. I so move, Mr. President.
There being no objection, motion is approved.
Mr. President, no other member wishes to interpolate or propose amendments to the measure. I move that we adopt proposed Senate Resolution number 404, taking into consideration proposed Senate Resolution numbers 405, 406, 412, 416, 417, and 438, subject to style.
There being no objection to the motion of the Majority Floor Leader, proposed Senate Resolution number 404, taking into consideration all the aforementioned resolutions are hereby adopted, subject to style.
Thank you, Mr. President. We'll invite them later on, Mr. President, as we have another resolution. And with the permission of the body, I move that we consider proposed Senate Resolution number 325, taking into consideration proposed Senate Resolution numbers 331 and 377, and for the Secretary to read the title of the measure. This is the resolution congratulating and commending the Batangas State University Engineering Students Team.
Yes, there being no objection to the motion, the Secretary may proceed.
Resolution congratulating and commending the Batangas State University Engineering Students Team for being the champion university category in the Engineering Innovation Challenge 2022 held in Singapore.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, with the consent of the body, I move that this representation be recognized to deliver just a very short sponsorship speech, Mr. President.
There be no objection, the Majority Leader is recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President, esteemed colleagues. Today, I am deeply honored to sponsor Senate Resolution number 325, commending the team of engineering students from Batangas State University for winning in the university category of the Engineering Innovation Challenge 2022 held in Singapore last November for their AI Aquaponics 360 invention. This team, Mr. President, this team of fourth-year students, namely Mark James Beltran, John Vincent Biscocho, Lawrence De Castro, Maria Nelly Magbo, and Jericho Matibag, bested finalists from the National University of Singapore, Nanyang Technological University, and other top schools with their innovative small-scale aquaponics system using artificial intelligence technology. Mr. President, the brilliant team from Batsu created an automated system to monitor the growth of fish and plants, water quality, nutrient circulation, as well as when the plants could be harvested. And they were given, Mr. President, only 1 month to develop and finish the project. Talagang naman, Mr. President, na iba talaga ang mga Pilipino, iba talaga ang husay at galing ng mga kabataang Pilipino. Mr. President, the Batsu team will continue to work on their prototype for its possible introduction in the market. When this happens, Mr. President, it will be a game changer as it will vastly contribute to sustainability and agricultural modernization and even promote home urban farming. Muli, Ginoong Pangulo, binabati po natin ang Batsu team kasama ang kanilang mentor at head ng Digital Transformation Center ng Universidad na si Dr. Alvin Alon. Gayon din po ang ating kaibigan si President Tirso Ronquillo at ang buong Batangas State University para sa tagumpay na ito. Indeed, the school was rightfully declared as the country's national engineering university in 2022. Mabuhay po kayo at maraming salamat and God bless us all.
Thank you very much, Majority Leader. I'd like to also make special mention of Batangas State University President Tirso Ronquillo, who was here also to help in the change of their status to Science University of the region. So at least it is paying off when we talk about science and innovation. So
It's worth it, Mr. President, that we
Yes.
pass that measure also.
So is there a motion to?
Yes, Mr. President, before I make that motion, Senator Lapid and Senator Revilla would also like to insert for the records their co-sponsorship speech in this resolution and their intention to be co-author of the measure.
Yes,
Yes, and I also move, Mr. President, that all members of the Senate be made co-authors of this resolution.
There be no objection to the motion, motion is approved.
Mr. President, no other member wishes to interpolate or propose any amendments. I move that we adopt proposed Senate Resolution number 325, taking into consideration proposed Senate Resolution numbers 331 and 377, subject to style. So move, Mr. President.
There be no objection, proposed Senate Resolution number 325, taking into consideration proposed Senate Resolutions 331 and 377 are hereby adopted. subject to stand.
Thank you, Mr. President. May I ask for a minute suspension and invite our awardees, Mr. President, to join you on the rostrum, Mr. President?
And after which we'll come back to work, I think.
Yes,
few
because
more-
we are about
we're
to
swamped with
ratify,
work
Mr.
today.
President, two
Yes.
landmark legislations, Mr. President.
Yes, so
Thank you, Mr.
session
President.
suspended for half a minute.
Mr. President, this juncture, I move that we resume consideration of Committee Report number 39. This is pertaining to air traffic management system glitch at the NAIA terminal. So move, Mr. President.
There being no objection to the motion, motion is approved.
Mr. President, the parliamentary status of the measure is that we have sponsored the measure, and I now move to open the period of interpellations and recognize the sponsor, the distinguished lady from the province of Pangasinan, Iloilo, and the Republic of the Philippines, no other, Senator Grace Poe, and to interpellate our minority leader, Senator Coco Pimentel. So move, Mr. President.
Our distinguished colleague and chairperson of the Committee on Public Services, Senator Grace Poe, is recognized to sponsor, and our minority floor leader, rather, Senator Coco Pimentel, to interpellate.
Mr. President, thank you. I'd like to say that should the BICAM report of Senator Jinggoy Estrada arrive and is be ready to be presented, we can suspend the interpellations.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, Mr. President. With the permission of our sponsor, chairman of our committee.
Yes.
At any rate, Mr. President, the report is very clear, so this will just be a very short clarificatory interpellation, Mr. President. Ito po ang report natin sa ating investigasyon sa yung nangyaring, tawag na lang natin, glitch noong January 1, 2023. Itong kasalukuyang taon na medyo nagdala ng malaking
Aberya.
at siguro reputational damage. Ay siguro sa Tagalog ng kahihiyan para sa Republika ng Pilipinas. Yung ating pong report, wala po tayong rene-recommendang i-sanction man lamang kahit na kung hindi criminal case, administrative case, wala po.
Actually po, yun ang isa sa ating nabanggit sa committee report na kailangan meron talagang managot dito. Subalit, ang inuna natin dito sa committee report ay pinag-aralan muna natin ano ba talaga ang nangyaring sira at ano ang pwedeng gawin para ito ay maisaayos. Ngayon, doon din sa ating committee report, inilahad natin na ang DOTR, sa pamumuno ng DOTR, kasama din ang ibang ahensya katulad ng DICT at National Security Group Council, ay iimbestigahan ang mga nangyari dito kung sino talaga ang personal na dapat managot dito. Pero para sa akin, Mr. President, unang-una, doon natin nakikita ang kailangan natin ng PTSB, Philippine Transport Safety Board. Pero sa susunod na yung debate doon, dahil alam ko may tanong ang ating minority leader. Pero para lang yun sa independence ng mag-iimbestiga. Pangalawa, nakita rin po natin dito na hindi lang pala itong administrasyon na ito. Kung hindi, ilan pang nakalipas na administrasyon na mga namuno ng DOTR ang dapat managot dito.
So, ang ibig pong sabihin, although meron na tayong committee report, hindi pa tapos itong issue na ito. At pwede po ba nating through our committee i-monitor natin, i-follow up natin kung ano po yung mga administrative developments or actions which might be taken in the future? Pwede po ba yan?
Yes, Mr. President, definitely. In our committee report also, we stated that a continuing investigation must be conducted, and we will ask them for developments with regards to that. Now, the critical findings of this committee, Mr. President, is that number one, there is no real maintenance provided to those equipments that we have. Number two, there is no redundancy. Ibig sabihin, pag nasira ang isang equipment na yan, yung uninterrupted power supply, yung circuit breaker, or yung AVR, pasensya na lang tayo. So, ganon. So, kailangan ng redundancy. Pangatlo, nakita natin na kulang talaga ang personnel. Ibig sabihin ng mga nagtatrabaho doon sapagkat napapirate sila ng ibang bansa. Kaya nga yung bill ni Senator Sani Angara, strengthening the CAAP, is very important because it will remove those that are working for CAAP from the salary standardization law so they can remain, the salaries will remain competitive. So yun po yung nakita natin. So pasilidad, personnel, at proseso. Yung tatlong bagay na yon.
Yung po bang ating air traffic controllers ay under sa CAAP?
Opo.
And then sila ay under sa salary standardization law?
Opo.
Doon po naintindihan ko po yun na maybe because highly technical in nature and siguro it's a competitive field that they will be pirated by other airport authorities or aeronautics authorities in other countries. Pero pati po ba maintenance sa worker? Kailangan pa po natin salary exempt sa salary standardization para makatrabaho sila ng mabuti,
I
Mr.
think
President?
dapat talaga mabusisi kung sino talaga yung mga critical na employees doon. Pero, Mr. President, pagdating sa maintenance, kung maayos na po yung kasunduan doon sa Thales at saka sa Sumitomo, sila po ang magpo-provide ng maintenance. So, in terms of your question, if we should pay also include the salary standardization for maintenance providers, I think what we need to ensure is an agreement between the actual maintenance provider companies so that they can continue the service that they should have provided us.
Nabanggit po, Mr. President, ang Thales and Sumitomo. Are these two separate corporations or a compound name of one corporation, Mr. President?
No, Mr. President. Sumitomo obviously is Japanese and Thales is French, but they each have, it's a joint venture between the two to provide the maintenance. But going back to your last question, when it comes to the maintenance providers, I think there are different tiers or levels. So definitely the electrical engineers should also have competitive pay. So we will recommend that they be removed from the salary standardization.
Because of given the nature of the equipment they're dealing with, no? Pero I'm sure the uninterrupted power supply, I think that's a basic electrical equipment. Ano yung isa? Automatic
Voltage regulator.
I think that's already nowadays a usual or commonplace equipment. Siguro yung isa, that one, what we call
The
CNS
ATM.
ATM. Ano nga ulit, Mr. President?
Air traffic management, and then communications navigation system.
System, yes.
The ATM CNS, under that, kasama po dun yung UPS, lahat yan eh. Pag sinabi mong CNS ATM, yung kabuuan po ng
Yes.
mga equipment.
Yes, and from the hearings, ito nga rin po natutunan ko. Basically, pwede natin i-grouping sa tatlo yung equipment. So it's one system, CNS ATM, and yet there is a
UPS and AVR
there is an
and
automatic
voltage.
voltage regulator, and the critical equipment, which is called what, Mr. President? I think that is what is called CNS ATM. This is the soul of the system, Mr. President.
Voltage power plant ang tawag nila.
Baka yung you're referring to the voltage power plant, the actual.
No, the equipment which sends the radio waves to detect the radar,
That's the communication navigation system. That's a CNS.
Yes, that's it.
CNS.
That's the heart and soul of the system, Mr. President. And doon sa tatlong yun ang pinaka-high-tech. Yung dalawa siguro, yung automatic voltage regulator at saka uninterrupted power supply. Hindi na siguro high-tech sa panahon ngayon yun. So yung CNS ATM, magkano po ba yung ating existing CNS ATM? And
Kung magkakaroon tayo ng redundancy, the total modernization and upgrade is 13 billion.
That's a parallel independent CNS-80.
To have an entire independent system, let's say the entire structure for a redundant support, that's about 13 billion. But to just fix and upgrade what we have now, it's about 2 billion, if I'm not mistaken, which CAAP through the DOTR, the airport fees, can very well afford. Kasi CAAP makes quite a bit of money, except that during the last administration, they were required to transmit the money to the National Treasury.
So that rule has changed, Mr. President. So they can now use their locally generated funds to the tune of 2 billion
They will use the
to fix and upgrade
Okay.
the current system, Mr. President.
For now, I believe that they are now able to use that to be able to support their technical needs. But for the entire system, it's a grant by JICA that will support it. There's a grant given by the Japanese government.
Thank you for that, Mr. President. But for that heart and soul of the system, the CNS ATM, we have only one such machine now or equipment now. How much did that cost us, Mr. President? Kasi tatanungin ko mamaya yung how long did it take us to install and activate the system, Mr. President?
13 po. 13
That will be about 13 billion. Now, how long did it take us? As I mentioned earlier, this whole process started in 2001, the study, and then in 2013, it should have been operational already, but it was stopped by the then DOTC, and it wasn't until 2015, I think, that
2017.
2018 that there was an actual turnover. So it started working completely in 2018.
Sige. So just to summarize, para malaman din natin mga kababayan how we waste a lot of resources, money, and time in this beloved country of ours. That system, sa sobrang mahal niya, we have only one such system. That's what you call the CNS ATM. It cost us 13 billion to procure, to purchase. We bought it and paid for it maybe around year 2013. Brand new siya. Siguro sana naman, brand new siya nung dineliver siya noong 2013. Pero nagamit na natin 2018. So, ano bang tawag mo dyan? Tawag mo niyan new, but unused. Unused but no longer brand new. Tama po ba yan, Mr. President? It's a 5-year-old equipment by the time.
With the indulgence of the,
Yes,
I'm sorry, but it's what they call new old stock already.
new old stock. Yes.
And also CNS means communication, navigation, and surveillance.
Oh,
So it
okay.
also has a national
Surveillance.
security feature in that CNS system.
Thank you for the correction to our very knowledgeable Vice Chair of the Committee on Public Services. Actually, Mr. President, yung nakakatakot lang talaga dito is wala ngang backup yon. So kung nasira itong CNS ATM natin, wala tayong pampalit. In fact, meron ng uninterrupted power supply ngayon na backup, pero hindi pa nakakabit. At saka hanggang ngayon, yung automatic voltage regulator, hindi pa rin ready na yung BICAM.
Continue, ma'am. So ma'am, ganun po yun para at least malaman po natin mga kababayan. Tayo po'y bumibili ng hopefully brand new equipment kasi nangyari na yata sa Republika ng Pilipinas na bumili tayo ng kuno bago na helicopter na second hand pala tapos ang presyo mas mataas pa sa brand new.
Grabe.
So I hope na sa 2013 brand new yung dineliver sa atin. Unfortunately, it took us 5 years to activate the system. So, according to our presiding officer, ang tawag dyan, new old stock. So, does our committee report discuss why this happened and what could we do moving forward so that our other agencies will learn a lesson from this wastage of public funds and the time as well as opportunity. Hindi na bumabalik po yung panahon eh.
Opo. Mr. President, to be honest about this, I think that the lesson will even have a greater impact once we receive the update from DOTR on who is personally or who are liable for this. In that case, when they see that there's actually a penalty or there's a consequence for their irresponsibility or incompetence, then hopefully that will deter others. But in the meantime, what we have done here is actually carefully suggest what needs to be done so that there won't be an interruption of flights. Ibig sabihin, hindi pwedeng nakabangko lang tayo dito sa isa. Dapat merong automatic switch na pag nag-fail ito, merong gagana na ibang system. Sa ngayon, Mr. President, in fact, yung AVR, yung automatic voltage regulator, sira pa rin eh. Hindi pa rin nila naayos. Yung bagong uninterrupted power supply, dumating na po. Hindi po nila na-switch dun sa bago kasi may downtime sa airport. Eh ngayon maraming magbabiyahe. So kung may downtime, I think they'll need a couple of hours to shut down the airport. That is my understanding.
Okay, so meron na tayong bagong AVR and UPS, so this can form part of the redundancy.
Yes.
Okay, sige po. Apo. Nabanggit din po natin ang Thales Sumitomo, and which are maintenance providers. And yet we said na no real maintenance. So paano po nasama sa usapan si Thales Sumitomo? Did they used to provide the maintenance works and then they were terminated or cut, Mr. President?
Yes, Mr. President. Up until before 3 years ago, they were the ones providing the service. But because we still have amounts to pay, Thales and Sumitomo, they discontinued service. So almost 3 years, parang mano-mano lang yung maintenance ng kung sino lang ang nakakaintindi doon. Pero walang official maintenance na nagawa.
Meron po kasi ako nabasa na one of these two names involved naman sa allegation of fraud. Have you heard of this, Mr.
Not at
President?
all, not at all, Mr. President. In fact, Sumitomo is very reputable. Thales, I'm not very much aware but I know that they are also a company that provides many different equipments to other countries, not just the Philippines.
So per the joint venture, how much does the government owe them, according to them, Mr. President?
There's no amount yet right now, but what I can say is that we owe at least 1 billion to Thales and about that much also to Sumitomo. So what Secretary Bautista is doing now is this. Can you maintain first our existing equipment, and we will have an agreement with regards to the cost of that maintenance. Do not include first what we owe you in the past for actually installing the system. Kasi doon pa tayo nagbabayad eh. Hindi man lang sa maintenance, installing pa lang. So parang sinasabi nila, hindi pa kompleto yung bayad. We're not going to maintain this for you. So now, because of this awakening, Secretary Bautista is now trying to negotiate a separate deal for maintenance. And as I understand, this is already ongoing, and I think that they've already done preliminary inspections for the maintenance.
Mahal din po pala ang maintenance kasi kung 13 billion yung equipment cost, and then siyempre may bayad na tayo na portion doon, pero may utang pa pala tayong 1 billion each to two firms. Wow, that's 2 billion and then
That's why we're seeking a separate
installation.
maintenance agreement. But again, kailangan matipid tayo at huwag magsayang ng pera. Pero syempre, pagdating sa kaligtasan, talagang nakaano tayo dyan. Wala tayong magagawa. Kung ano man ang kailangan bayaran para masiguro ang kaligtasan natin, ay talagang kailangan ay lulunin natin yun.
Yes, tama po. That's why pagdating sa science, highly scientific equipment, medyo napag-iwanan po tayo. That's why sabi ko nga, we really have to go back to making our young people interested in science. That's the only way makahabol tayo. Yeah.
Actually,
how many bananas, plane loads of bananas do we need to export so that we can earn the amount that we are paying for one CNS ATM equipment, Mr. President?
Yeah, that's why we also have to, you're right, we have to encourage also the youth in science and technology. But of course, we have other industries here, not just agriculture, semiconductors, for example, an IT BPO process outsourcing process. These are all high earning industries that are not too labor intensive.
Yes, ma'am. At any rate, Mr. President, just for the information of our sponsor, maybe the committee can take a look into this information. Thales, formerly Thomson CSF NCS France, supplied the DOTC with the GMDSS in 1998, but failed to deliver the purchase equipment, which resulted to its being blacklisted by the Commission on Audit. So this is the product of our online research, which gave us a Philippine Star report dated August 17, 2010. So matagal na po ito.
Yes,
So,
Mr. President, in fact, that was the issue of COA at the time for stopping the implementation of this new CNS ATM system from Thales. But that was 2010. But eventually, after 2013, they realized they got another supplier eh. DOTC got another supplier, Palpak. So they had to be able to use again this one from Thales. Mr. President, I mean, I have to look into that issue as you mentioned. Thank you for the information. But minsan kasi ang nangyayari pag nagpapalit ng administrasyon, nag-iiba-iba yung mga kontrata eh. Hinahanapan din ng problema. So gusto ko malaman kung totoo ba talong allegation na to dun sa Thales.
Yes.
But regardless, right now, they have the expertise.
Yes, if I may also interject with the indulgence of our sponsor. Minority Leader, Thales, is one of the most reputable when it comes to avionics, surveillance, radar, not only for air travel but also for defense. For example, in naval equipment, about 18 navies out of all over the world use Thales as their air combat management system this time. So that's how reputable Thales is.
And thank you
Thank
to
you.
thank you, Mr. President, to our Vice Chair of Public Services.
yes,
Maybe the Vice Chair of Public Services can take my place here for a while. So, okay.
so yes, there are firms which have reputable products, but this concerns a specific, specific contract with our government. So kung cleared na po yung pangalan nila and there is no amount due, ang isip ko kasi if maybe the reason why there is still an unpaid amount in favor of Thales is the government may also have a claim against it. So baka offsetting ang gusto ng gobyerno natin. I do not know,
Yeah.
Mr. President.
Mr. President, it's also come to my attention that there was a disallowance nga in 2011, but in 2013, COA lifted it upon finding the project is all above board. So,
Above board.
pwede rin talagang, alam mo, baka na politika rin kasi ito eh. Parang, teka muna, kabago kaming pasok dyan, tingnan muna natin, hanapan ng issue.
Sige po, Mr. President. Ang isa pong recommendation, and siguro this will be my last point, Mr. President.
Yeah, hey.
We are urging the DOTR to fast track the conduct of feasibility studies on the proposed NAIA privatization. But meron po bang koneksyon ang status of the NAIA sa glitch?
Well, Mr. President, it is a study because in some countries, the air traffic management system is being done by a private company, the private sector. Now, whether or not we're ready for that, there has to be a study, whether it's acceptable for our national security concerns, etc. So when I spoke to Secretary Bautista, these studies are actually being conducted now by JICA. Also, when it comes to the privatization of the airport. I'm saying this also, not just for the air traffic control, but as the airport management in general. We've seen that in some airports managed by the private sector that is reputable, like in Cebu, parang mas maayos doon, pati yung construction ng mga bago nilang terminals.
Pero pero doon po sa glitch noong January 1, 2023, was this purely a CAAP responsibility, CAAP responsibility, or was NAIA in one way or another responsible for the glitch?
No, it's purely CAAP. It's not
Purely CAAP.
MIA. No.
And then, ito pa pong isa, last na lang po dito pala, the separation of function of CAAP as an airport regulator and operator. So meaning to say, CAAP is one of those few government agencies which still wear more than one hat. Di ba?
Yeah, just like PAGCOR.
PAGCOR,
Yes.
meron pa sigurong iba, but CAAP is one of them. So, how will this improve CAAP's functions, ma'am? This proposal to separate the functions?
Well, first of all, CAAP will be is already overburdened being the operator and the regulator. So our proposal is for CAAP just to be the regulator and then for a separate body to be in charge of operations. In that way, CAAP can call out the operator if they're not doing their jobs properly. Kasi ngayon, CAAP is calling out themselves, which, as we know, took a while for them to communicate to the public that it's actually they dropped the ball.
How many, what are the airports under being operated by CAAP, ma'am, as of the moment?
Wala.
I know that
All.
basically all airports.
All. So all,
81 airports.
okay, all 81 airports. Okay. And then all these 81 airports are also under CAAP as regulator.
Yes, Mr.
That's
President.
it. So, okay. So that simplifies everything. So the proposal is there will be a new government body to operate all the airports, 81 as of the moment being operated by CAAP. CAAP stays as the regulator of all of the airports.
Yes, Mr. President.
So thank you, and I hope we succeed so that we can succeed in doing this, so we can follow it for PAGCOR and some other agencies wearing more than one hat as regulator and operator, competitor of the others being regulated by the agency. So with that, Mr. President, I'd like to congratulate our chairman, our sponsor, for a well-written and comprehensive report. And then siguro yung pending request lang, ma'am, if the committee can also just monitor what has happened, what CAAP will do with its administrative investigation, Mr. President. So thank you and congratulations,
Yes,
Mr. President.
I would like to thank the minority leader who's taken time to study this report. It's really crucial for the safety of our countrymen and also when it comes to the responsibility of government leaders. See, Sherwin daw.
Yes, Mr. President. Mr. President, this juncture, next to interpellate is the distinguished gentleman from Valenzuela. As he promised, he will just ask a few questions, Mr. President.
Just comment, Mr. President.
Comment, Mr. President. Senator Win Gatchalian, I move that he be recognized, Mr. President.
As
Yes,
listening
Senator
intent-
Gatchalian is recognized.
As listening intently, Mr. President, to the good sponsor, and in a short time span, she's now a electrical engineer, a transportation expert, a lawyer, a mechanical engineer, all rolled into one, Mr. President. And Mr. President, I was going to ask about her views on the conflict that arose in the functions of CAAP. No? Because CAAP, as we all know, is the regulator and apparently the operator of all airports. And being an operator, they're responsible for the safety of the airport and the passengers. But apparently in the investigation, and I commend the good sponsor for bringing this out, CAAP is regulating itself. And that brings in a lot of doubt on the safety aspect of our airports. And I heard the good sponsor earlier that she intends to separate, if I'm not mistaken, the regulatory and the operation functions of CAAP, which I support, Mr. President, and that's present in many of our agencies. PPA, I understand, is also the same. PAGCOR is the same, and many more agencies. So again, I commend the good sponsor for becoming an expert in electrical engineering, mechanical engineering, transportation engineering. But I commend the good sponsor for enlightening us in regards to a lot of the deficiencies with our government agencies. So I congratulate the good sponsor.
Oh, thank you. Mr. President, had I known it was to praise me, I wouldn't have objected initially to the intervention of our colleague from Valenzuela. But Mr. President, Senator Sherwin is correct by pointing out a very important factor here, safety when it comes to the operation. In fact, hindi nga tayo masyado makagalit kay Mr. Tamayo kasi policy talaga siya. Dahil nga dun sila yung nagre-regulate, hindi nila alam yung nangyayari dun sa operations. Parang yung mga tao-tao lang na nandun. So yes, we need also somebody who can directly answer all those technical questions and operations. So thank you for listening intently and for your very kind assessment. Thank you, Mr. President.
Mr. President, if I may, Mr. President, just
Yes,
to
Mr. Leader.
add to what the discussions were made in this August chamber, Mr. President, I would just like to put on record, and I was reading extensively the committee report of our good chair. One of the recommendations, number 7, is to promote personnel welfare and improve the agency's employee retention. Again, I will put this on record as we have raised this during the committee hearings. CAAP has more JO contract of service workers than regular workers. And if you look at the status of their employees in 2021, Mr. President, only 40% are regular, almost 60%, 59.8% falls under contract of service and job orders, Mr. President. And if you look at the previous years, Mr. President, 2019, 43%. 2020, 42% ang regular. Ngayon, 40% na lang. So it's been decreasing, Mr. President, the past 3 years. And in the past 3 years, Mr. President, it's been significantly increasing from 55% in 2019. Now it's 59.8% ang contract of service and job order ng CAAP workers. So with that, Mr. President, I put my support in the committee report of our good chair, Senator Grace Poe, and there being no other member who wish to interpolate, I move that we close the period of interpellation.
Is there objection? There being none, period of interpellation is hereby closed. Yes, we commend our chairperson of the Committee on Public Services for that extensive report.
Grace!
Spend. Spend ba natin?
No amendments, no amendments. So okay na. Yes, Mr. President. Mr. President, there being no amendments, Mr. President, I move to close period of amendments.
Is there an objection? Hearing none, period of amendments hereby closed.
Yes, Mr. President, with the permission of the body, I move to approve the recommendations in Committee Report number 39 pertaining to air traffic management system glitch at DINEA. I so move, Mr. President.
Is there an objection? Hearing none, the committee report is hereby adopted.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I move for a minute suspension.
Session is suspended.
Mr. President, I move that the transfer from the calendar for ordinary business to the calendar special orders committee report. There's no number here.
61,
61, Mr. President, on Senate Bill number
2028.
2028. This is the bill pertaining to the amendment to Centenarians Act of 2016. I so move, Mr. President.
Is there an objection? Hearing none, motion is approved.
President, I move that we consider the same measure, Senate Bill number 2028. So move, Mr. President.
Is there an objection? Hearing none, consideration of Senate Bill number 2028 under committee report number 61 is now in order.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, to sponsor the measure, may we recognize the distinguished lady from the great province of Ilocos, Senator Amy Marcos, the chairperson of the Committee on Social Justice, Welfare, and Rural Development, to deliver her sponsorship speech.
Thank you very much, Majority Leader. Mr. President,
Is there an objection? Hearing none, Senator Marcos is recognized, but before that, the secretary will now be requested to read the title of the measure.
An act expanding the coverage of the Centenarians Act of 2016, amending for the purpose Republic Act number 10868 and providing funds therefore.
Majority Leader?
Yes, Mr. President. Mr. President, I move that we recognize the sponsor of the measure, Senator Amy Marcos, our chairperson of the Committee on Social Justice, Welfare, and Rural Development, to deliver her sponsorship speech.
Senator Amy Marcos is recognized.
thank you very much, Majority Leader. Mr. President, my dear colleagues in the Senate, today I submit to this chamber committee report number 61, sponsoring herewith Senate Bill number 2028, entitled An Act Expanding the Coverage of the Centenarians Act of 2016, amending for the purpose Republic Act 10868 and providing funds therefore. Our senior citizens are an integral part of our society, their hard work having shaped the country as we know it today. Even in their late years, they continue to make a significant contribution to the labor force, to their families, and to the state. Recent statistics, well cited by our minority leader and author of this measure, however, show that many elderly Filipinos do not reach the age of 100 and are hence unable to enjoy the benefits and privileges of the widely celebrated Centenarians Act of 2016, which awards 100,000 pesos cash to every Filipino centenarian. Life expectancy is now at 79 years old for men, 83 years old for women. The rising cost of living and healthcare expenses have made it very difficult for our senior citizens to afford basic necessities and the expensive medications and procedures of heart ailments, diabetes, kidney failure, and other age-related disabilities. They also face mental health issues such as depression and loneliness, not to speak of the neglectful and sometimes abusive treatment of their younger family members. Meron tayong kasabihan, aanhin pa ang damo kung patay na ang kabayo. Hihintayin pa ba natin na mawala ang ating mga lolo't lola bago mapadama sa kanila ang ating pagmamahal at pagpapahalaga? Thus, to assist our senior citizens as they approach their late years, this bill seeks to distribute the 100,000 cash gift much earlier and in 3 tranches when they reach the ages of 80, of 90, and of 100. The amounts necessary for the implementation of the law shall be included in the annual General Appropriations Act and will be upgraded by the National Economic and Development Authority or NEDA according to the average annual inflation in the preceding 3 years. Sa awa ng Diyos, mabibigyan na tayong lahat ng mas mahabang buhay. Sana'y hindi natin mararamdaman ang pagkabaliwala sa ating pagtanda. Bigyan nating saysay ang mabuting layunin ng batas habang buhay pa ang ating mga lolo't lola, habang may oras pa tayong lahat. I now ask for the support of my colleagues in passing the proposed amendments, for through this expansion, it is hoped that more of our elderly population may be able to benefit from the Centenarians Act and that they be inspired to further prolong and enjoy their lives even beyond a century. Thank you, Mr. President and honored colleagues.
Thank you,
Majority
Mr.
Leader.
President. Thank you, Senator Amy. Next to co-sponsor the measures, the distinguished gentleman from the great province of Cavite, Senator Ramon Bong Revilla. I move that he be recognized, Mr. President.
Senator Bong Revilla is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise today, Mr. President, to co-sponsor one of the measures closest to my heart, the amendment to the Centenarian Law. It was in the same hall in 2020 when I first pushed and fought for this measure. However, the fight was momentarily halted because of the pandemic. Naantala man ang bahagya, alam nating darating ang tamang panahon para rito. And today is that day. So close to my heart, I filed the Senate Bill number 21 as my topmost priority measure this Congress. Hindi na pagod, hindi na tinag. Because of our dear senior citizens deserve no less. Kaya nga nagpapasalamat tayo sa ating chairperson, Senator Amy Marcos, na talaga namang hinanapan at ginawa ng paraan upang maisakatuparan ang mga adhikain ng panukalang ito. Hinihikayat ko kayong lahat na bigyan suporta ang ating mga mahal na senior citizens. Let us recognize and value the role that our elders play in our society. An African proverb says that those who respect the elderly pave their own road toward success. Pero tayong mga Pinoy, normal na sa ating kultura ang paggalang, pagpapahalaga sa mga nakatatanda. Hindi ito bago sa ating pamumuhay. Lahat tayo ay ipinanganak at lumaki sa aral na ang mga nakatatanda ay ginagalang, nirerespeto, pinagpapahalagahan. This legislative measure is a testimony to that special Filipino culture. We acknowledge the very laudable intent of the Centenarian Law. And with this proposal under consideration, we just wish to provide in advance the benefits afforded by the law. There are accounts that Centenarian Law beneficiaries are too old to enjoy the cash gift they receive. Meron pang salalay na hindi na naintindihan ng ating mga lolo at lola kung ano man ang natatanggap nila. Panukala lang natin na ma-advance lang sana ng mga nakatatanda upang kahit papano ay ma-enjoy pa nila ito. Habang sinusuportahan natin ang panukalang ito, kalakip nito ang dalangin matamasan nila ito sa lalong madaling panahon at maihatid natin ang tulong at kalingang damandama sa ating mga senior citizens. In view of all this, Mr. President, this representation together with our very able sponsor, Senator Amy Marcos, appeal to this body to overwhelmingly support this measure. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator Revilla. Next to co-sponsor the measures, the distinguished gentleman from the city of Valenzuela, Senator Sherwin Gatchalian. I move that he be recognized, Mr. President.
Senator Sherwin Gatchalian is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Good afternoon to everyone. Good afternoon, dear colleagues. I rise today to co-sponsor Senate Bill number 2028 under Committee Report number 61, otherwise known as an act expanding the coverage of the Centenarians Act of 2016. The cultural value of family and respect for the elderly is deeply ingrained in our Filipino culture. It is common for us to have multi-generational households where grandparents live with their children and grandchildren. We always make sure that our lolos and lolas are well cared for and that they never feel abandoned or neglected. Even in our local communities, we all know that it is too heartbreaking to see elderly people surviving on the streets. That's why in Valenzuela, for example, we established Bahay Kanlungan to serve as a home for abandoned senior citizens residents. In fact, with our intent to replicate this initiative nationwide, This representation filed Senate Bill number 950, known as Homes for the Abandoned Senior Citizens Act of 2022, which seeks to provide a framework for other local government units to address the plight of a more vulnerable sector of senior citizens. As we push for such transformative steps for our senior citizens, there is no denying that we wish our aging loved ones could stay with us forever. Unfortunately, as much as we want to, living to reach 80, 90, or even 100 years is quite rare in our country. According to the latest data of the World Bank, the average life expectancy at birth in the Philippines is 72 years. Given this context, not many Filipinos live up to enjoy the benefits of Republic Act number 10868 or the Centenarians Act of 2016. This also means that only a few centenarian Filipinos enjoy the fruits of this act, including the 100,000 peso cash gift as well as the letter of felicitation. According to the 2020 data released by UK-based care home marketplace Loti, only 2 in every 100,000 Filipinos are centenarians. Sa madaling salita, kaunting senior citizens lamang ang kinikilalang benepisaryo ng ipinasang Centenarians Act of 2016. With this reality, Mr. President, I stand today to co-sponsor this measure that seeks to broaden the coverage of the Centenarians Act of 2016. Through this measure, we can further celebrate the contributions of our beloved senior citizens to nation building by providing more beneficiaries with the necessary support and recognition they deserve. Once the passage of this bill becomes a reality, our Filipino octogenarians and nonagenarians will also reap the rewards of the Centenarians Act. With this, more senior citizens will benefit from a cash gift of 100,000 pesos, as it will be equally distributed in 3 tranches at ages 80, 90, and 100. This means that around 33,000 pesos will be given to beneficiaries for every 10 years, while also allowing inflationary adjustment of the amounts that they will receive. Mr. President, the passage of this measure will surely motivate our senior citizens to live longer. The 100,000 pesos cash gift that will be equally distributed in 3 tranches will support them as they pay their living expenses, medicines, healthcare costs, and other necessities as they reach the milestone of 80, 90, and 100. Sa totoo lang, ang simpleng paggamit ng senior citizens discount, tuwang-tuwa na ang ating mga lolo at lola. Sa pagpasa ng panukalang ito, paniguradong mas lalong gaganda ang kanilang mga ngiti dahil tiyak na malaking tulong ito lalong-lalo na sa mga may iniindang karamdaman dahil makakatulong ito sa pambili ng kanilang gamot. Noong panahon ng aking panunungkulan sa Valenzuela, naging saksi mismo ako kung gaano ito napasaya ang mga Valenzuelanong centenarians dahil bukod sa pagkilala sa kanila, binibigyan din natin sila ng tig sa 10,000 sa kanilang kaarawan. Nakakatuwa ring malaman na ngayon ay umabot na sa 50,000 pesos ang ipinamahagi sa kanila. Kaya naman sa mga kapwa kong mambabatas, huwag na sana nating ipagkait ang munting biyaya na ito para sa pinakamamahal nating octogenarians, nonagenarians at centenarians. Sama-sama nating ipagdiwang ang kanilang pagpupunyagi tungo sa mahaba, masagana at mayabong na buhay. Para sa ating senior citizens, mabuhay po kayong lahat. Kayo ay buhay na kayamanan ng ating bansa. To end, allow me to express my gratitude to the sponsor of this bill, Senator Amy Marcos, and to my fellow co-authors, Minority Leader Senator Coco Pimentel III, Senator Bong Revilla Jr., and Senator Risa Ontiveros for their contributions in drafting this significant measure. Maraming salamat po.
Thank you very much, distinguished colleague from Valenzuela.
Yes, Mr. President. Mr. President, with the permission of the body, Senators Go, Padilla, Estrada, and this representation's co-sponsorship speech be inserted into the records. So move, Mr. President.
We take note of the manifestation.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Mr. President, I move that we suspend consideration of Senate Bill number 2028 under Committee Report number 61. I so move, Mr. President.
There be no objection to the motion. Motion is approved.
Mr. President, At this juncture, I move that we transfer from the calendar for ordinary business to the calendar for special orders. Committee Report number 59 on Senate Bill number 2021. This is the bill on shared service facilities project for micro, small, and medium enterprises. I so move, Mr. President.
There be no objection, motion is approved. We ask Secretary to read the title of the measure.
An act to institutionalize the Shared Service Facilities SSF project for micro, small, and medium enterprises by amending Republic Act number 6977, otherwise known as the Magna Carta for Small Enterprises, as amended by Republic Act number 9501, otherwise known as the Magna Carta for Micro, Small, and Medium Enterprises.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, at this juncture, I move that we recognize the sponsor of the measure to deliver the sponsorship speech, no other than the distinguished gentleman from the great province of Aurora, Senator Sani Angara. The Honorable Angara, Mr. President.
Your Honor,
Honor, Mr.
our distinguished colleague from the province of Aurora and one of the surfing capitals of the Philippines, Baler, Senator Sani Angara is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Majority Leader, for accommodating us today, dear colleagues. Kami po ay tumatayo ngayon bilang Chairman ng Trade Subcommittee with the permission of our Trade Chair, Senator Mark Villar, para i-sponsor ang Senate Bill 2021 sa ilalim ng Committee Report 59 na naglalayong ma-institutionalize at palawigin ang Shared Services Facilities or SSFs project na ipinatutupad ng Department of Trade and Industry or DTI. We thank Senator Villar for entrusting this to us. At ang panukalang ito ay isa lamang sa mga batas at programa na ating isinusulong sa ilalim ng advokasya natin na Tatak Pinoy or Proudly Filipino. Dito po ang pangunahing pakay ay ang makapaglikha sa bawat sulok ng bansa ng mas magandang trabaho at ng mas maraming pagkakataon para kumita upang mas madaling makaahon mula sa kahirapan ng ating mga kababayan. At buong-buo ang ating paniniwala ng SSF's program ng DTI ay isang mabisang paraan para maabot ang hangarin na ito. We all know the cliche, Mr. President, give a man a fish and so forth, but if you teach him how to fish, then he will eat for perpetuity. Pero tama man ang sentimento, may kulang pa rin ho dito. Kasi ano man ang husay ng mangingisda, wala pa rin ho siyang mahuhuli kung wala siyang sibat, lambat, pain o bangka. Marami po sa kababayan natin, taglay, ang galing, ang talino, diskarte, pagiging malikhain at lakas ng loob para magtayo ng sariling negosyo, kumita ng malaki at umasenso sa buhay. Ang problema, Mr. President, madalas wala siyang materyales, kagamitan at kasangkapan para makapaggawa ng mga produkto o maghain ng serbisyo na pwede nilang pagkakitaan, ibenta sa merkado o i-export sa ibang bansa. Itong kakulangan na ito ay naispunan ng mga SSFs ng DTI po. The DTI started its SSFs program in 2013 as one of the major pillars of the big push for its MSME or Micro, Small, and Medium Enterprise Development Program. The avowed objective was to provide qualified beneficiaries, also called cooperators, with machinery, equipment, and tools under a shared system to make them more competitive and to boost their innovation and productivity. The hope is that with the transfer of such technological assets to on-the-ground stakeholders, gaps and bottlenecks will be addressed in the value chains of priority industries. The SSF project has been allocated in the GAAs or General Appropriations Acts of past 10 years up to 4.28 billion. And from this amount, some 3,484 SSFs have already been established nationwide to benefit nearly 580,000 individuals and create a little more than 317,000 new jobs in the countryside. Currently, the SSF project is present in all regions, and the facilities established have already benefited at least 24 industry sectors, such as gifts, decor, and housewares, coconut, cocoa coir, handicrafts, coffee, bamboo, abaca, and fresh and processed meats. In fact, over 1,000 facilities have already been established for assisting MSMEs in processed foods. Bukod sa mga kagamitan at equipment na magagamit sa produksyon ng mga partikular na industriya, kasama din po sa SSFs na tinatayo ng DTI ang mga tinatawag na fabrication laboratories o Fab Labs for short, Mr. President. Ito ay mga pasilidad na may mga makabagong teknolohiya tulad ng mga computer-aided machines, 3D printers, laser cutters, CNC milling machines or computer numerical control milling machines, CNC routers, at mga desktop computers na pwedeng gamitin ng mga MSMEs at mga mag-aaral para makapag-test ng kanilang mga imbensyon at makapag-prototype ng kanilang mga produkto. Hinahangad ng mga Fab Lab ang magsilbing suporta sa mga MSME para mas gumaling sila sa innovation at product development. Ayon sa DTI, as of January 2023, may 43 Fab Lab ang nakatayo sa 16 na rehiyon. Sa 10 taon na pinapatakbo ng DTI ang SSF's project, napakadami na ang natulungan nito at napakalaki ang ambag sa kapakanan ng ating lipunan. Ayon sa isang survey ng UP Institute of Small Scale Industries, of 485 SSF corporators and over 3,100 users or beneficiaries between November and December 2022, 52% ang nagsabi na lumaki ang kanilang kita dahil sa SSF, 25% naman ang nagsabi na nagkaroon daw ng increase in production ng kanilang mga produkto at 18% po ay lumaki daw ang kanilang mga job opportunities, Mr. President. Example po ang Tree Life Coco Sugar sa Pikit, North Cotabato, nung naging kilala ang coco sugar bilang masarap at masustansyang alternatibo sa karaniwan na asukal, naisip ng mga miyembro ng samahang magdiniyog ng Pikit Multipurpose Cooperative na pumasok sa produksyon ng coco sugar. Sa tulong ng SSF ng DTI, nakapagtayo ang kooperatiba ng pasilidad na may iba't ibang kagamitan tulad ng drying oven, granule powder sifting machine, vertical form fill seal machine at iba pa. Gamit ang SSF na ito, nakakapag-supply ang kooperatiba ng coco sugar sa ilalim ng Tree Life na brand name. Ayon sa datos ng DTI, lumaki ang produksyon ng coco sugar ng kooperatiba dahil sa SSF. Mula 150 kilograms kada buwan, ito ay naging 500 kilograms hanggang 1 tonelada kada buwan. Yung benta daw po nila, mula 30,000 pesos kada buwan, umabot na raw ng higit sa 180,000 pesos kada buwan. Meron din po sa bayan ng San Isidro, Davao del Norte, ang kung saan naisip ng lahat ng mga cacao producers, traders, investors, farmers cooperatives at household tableya makers na magkaisa sa ilalim ng isang kumpanya. At dito nabuo ang Chocolate de San Isidro or CSI. Mabagal umusad nung umpisa ang kanilang produksyon, ngunit noong 2014, sa pangalawang taon ng kanilang SSF project, nabigyan po sila ng mga equipment para sa pagluto ng kakao, sa paggawa ng mga tableya at chocolate candy. Bago nagka-SSF ang CSI, hanggang 3 kilo lang ang tableya ang nagagawa nila araw-araw. Pagkatapos mabigyan ng SSF, ito ay naging 180 kilos na po, Mr. President. And they are now exporting overseas. Daan-daang cacao farmers na rin ang mga supplier nila na nakakabenta ngayon ng kanilang tanim sa halagang 100 piso kada kilo, di hamak na mas malaki sa 40 pesos na dating presyo nila. And if we speak of the Fab Labs or fabrication laboratories as frontliners, Mr. President, nung nakaraang pandemya, malaki rin ang naitulong nila sa pagresponde sa pandemya. Ayon sa datos ng DTI, nakagawa ang Fab Labs ng higit sa 85,000 face shields, 60,000 face masks, 2,000 medical gowns, 250 aerosol boxes, and 4,000 liters of ethyl alcohol. Karamihan sa ito ay nagawa simula ng pandemya kung saan hindi pa maayos ang galaw ng mga produkto. Kaya masasabi po natin parang naging mga frontliner na rin ang mga SSFs at Fab Labs bilang mga standby emergency production hubs. Mr. President, the SSFs of the DTI are among the select government initiatives that truly deserve more support because of the demonstrable success they have garnered over the years. The contribution to economic development and poverty alleviation of these packages of equipment and facilities are tremendous and should not be ignored. An impact evaluation assessment submitted to the UNDP in July 2021 underscored that the shared nature of the project makes it a viable strategy, and it is expected to have a positive impact on the performance of covered MSMEs. To us, this is a vote of confidence that this project should be institutionalized and ramped up as among our major initiatives at growing our economy and making it more inclusive. By institutionalizing this project, we assure, among other things, continued financial support from the government, and without this valuable support, it would be difficult to realize the current administration's avowed goal to transform the economy and make more of our MSMEs be driven by science, technology, and innovation. We hope that with increased government support, bigger SSFs could be established, hopefully to result in bigger changes not only to MSMEs but to entire industries, resulting in more jobs, more progress across more regions, and reducing poverty in the process. The tagline of the DTI for this project is thus, SSFs equate to shared success for Filipino MSMEs. But as MSMEs are among the foremost job creators and income generators of the country, we are convinced that a scaled-up, well-provisioned, well-coordinated, and institutionalized SSF project will result in shared success for all Filipinos. Thank you, Mr. President, dear colleagues.
Thank you, Senator Angara, Majority Leader.
Yes, Mr. President, I was about to ask the sponsor why he is not wearing his Tatak Pinoy outfit, Mr. President.
The one with the heart.
The one with the heart, Mr. President. Designed by a world-class designer, Mr. President. You wanted to know who designed it, Mr. President?
I think it's the Speaker of his House.
The Speaker and the Commander-in-Chief, Mr. President. You are correct. President, Vice President, and all. Mr. President, to co-sponsor the measure, may I be allowed to just deliver a very short co-sponsorship speech, Mr. President?
The Majority Leader is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, it is my honor and privilege to co-sponsor Senate Bill number 2021 under Committee Report number 59, institutionalizing the Shared Service Facilities Project for micro, small, and medium enterprises. We commend and thank, Mr. President, once again, the sponsor of the measure, no other than Senator Sani Angara, for his hard work on this particular and important measure. This very important bill will help address the gaps and bottlenecks in the MSME production value chain through the provision of machinery, equipment, tools, systems, accessories, and other items, skills, and knowledge under a shared system. Since the program's establishment, Mr. President, in 2013, it has funded the creation of 3,473 facilities with about 570,000 MSMEs assisted, generating employment for 312,981 individuals. Mr. President, government has also allocated a total of 3.19 billion for the program since 2013. The SSF has served key industry clusters such as processed food, coffee, cacao, dairy, coconut, abaca, bamboo, metal, and rubber, among others, and is present in all 17 regions, Mr. President. Indeed, institutionalizing the SSF is a step in the right direction in helping and boosting our MSMEs. In fact, even in its early stages of implementation, the Philippine Institute for Development Studies, or PIDS, called the project promising, Mr. President, and assessed to have a notable and substantial impact on jobs, and productivity. Muli, Ginoong Pangulo, maraming salamat sa ating sponsor, ating kapatid, Senator Sani Angara. We'd also like to manifest our intention to co-author this trailblazing and very promising measure. Thank you, Mr. President, dear colleagues, and God bless us all. At this juncture, Mr. President, I move, check na lang, di ba? Or, Mr. President, Senators Bongo, Senator Estrada, and Senator Padilla, and Senator Lauren Legarda, as this representation, already said, Revilla, and Senator Revilla, that their co-sponsorship speech be inserted into the record. So move, Mr. President.
Yes, motion is approved.
Thank you, Mr. President. To allow our colleagues to study further the measure, I move that we suspend consideration of Senate Bill number 2021 under Committee Report number 59. And so move, Mr. President.
Consideration of Senate Bill number 2021 under Committee Report number 59 is hereby suspended.
Si Jingo, yun dyan? Thank you. Ito na mag-represent kay Jingo. Ano dyan na? Okay. Sige. Okay.
Ito, wala pa yung sponsorship.
Mr. President, this juncture, I move that we transfer from the calendar for ordinary business to the calendar for special orders, Committee Report number 62 on Senate Bill number 2023. This is the bill pertaining the Revitalized Reserve Officers Training Corps Act. So move, Mr. President.
Yes, I distinguished, there being no objection to the motion, motion is approved.
Mr. President, I move that we consider Senate Bill number 2023 under Committee Report number 62.
There being no objection, motion is approved. The Secretary can read the title of the measure.
An act mandating the institutionalization, development, training, organization, and administration of Reserve Officer Training Corps (ROTC) program in higher educational institutions and technical vocational institutions, appropriating funds therefore and for other purposes.
Mr. President, to sponsor the measure, may we recognize the distinguished gentleman from the Davao Region and Bohol Province, no other than Senator Ronald Bato de la Rosa, to deliver sponsorship speech.
To my compadre, fellow responsible gun owner and shooter, Senator Ronald Bato de la Rosa is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I will really investigate that proliferations of firearms at the
Yes, thank
vicinity
you.
of Rockwell, Mr.
Because
President.
definitely hindi responsible gun owner yun.
Hindi, Mr.
siguro ganun karaming baril. Opo.
Yes, Mr. President. Thank you, Majority Leader. Good afternoon, Mr. President, dear colleagues, honored guests. Before I start, I would like to extend my heartfelt gratitude to our chairperson of the Senate Committee on Higher Education, Senator Francis Cheese Escudero, for designating me as the subcommittee chairperson on ROTC bills. I would not be standing today to sponsor Senate Bill number 2034 under Committee Report number 62 or the ROTC Act, if not for his imprimatur. Truly, our dear colleague from Sorsogon has a big heart for the welfare of our youth and nation. Thank you, Senator Cheese Escudero. We cannot always build the future of our youth, but we can build our youth for the future. Franklin Delano Roosevelt. Mr. President, this is what we aim to accomplish in proposing Senate Bill number 2034, authored by Senators Padilla, Ejercito Estrada, Ejercito De La Rosa, Gatchalian, and Tolentino, entitled An Act Mandating the Institutionalization, Development, Training, Organization, and Administration of Reserve Officers Training Corps, ROTC program in higher educational institutions and technical vocational institutions, appropriating funds therefore and for other purposes. We want our youth to be ready for the future because of their important role in nation building. No less than the Constitution recognizes the vital role of the youth in nation building. Because of such an indispensable role, the state is mandated to promote and protect our youth's physical, moral, spiritual, intellectual, and social well-being. The state shall also inculcate in the youth patriotism and nationalism, and encourage their involvement in public and civic affairs. As such, Mr. President, as I have mentioned before, there is a need to prepare our youth for the enormous task that they are expected to do, build our nation to its full potential. Kaakibat po ng pagtataguyod sa bansa ay ang pagtatanggol nito. The Constitution states that the government may call upon the people to defend the state, and in the fulfillment thereof, all citizens may be required under conditions provided by law to render personal, military, or civil service. Wala pong ibang magtatanggol sa Pilipinas kundi tayong mga Pilipino. The importance of defending the country was highlighted by former President Carlos P. Garcia in his speech read by then Defense Secretary Alejo Santos during an ROTC field day. He said, and I quote, reason, and the instinct for self-preservation actuated them, open, close parenthesis, the framers of our Constitution, into unanimously legislating as the first law of the Commonwealth of the Philippines, Commonwealth Act Number 1, otherwise known as the National Defense Act. It provided, among other things, for the creation of a citizen army whose training would be a joint endeavor of the national government and the educational institutions of the country. You belong to that citizen army. You go through systematic military training to prepare yourself, not for war, but for peace. You will be a part of a reserve force of officers and non-commissioned officers who, when the need comes, will be called upon to lead the fight in defense of our existence as a free and happy people. Should this be endangered by enemies within or enemies outside our own borders. And so, yes, an important aspect of mandating ROTC for our youth is ensuring that they are fully equipped to heed the call to defend the nation when the need arises. Ngunit hindi lamang natin ipinapanukala ang mandatory ROTC para lamang pangalagaan ng ating bansa, ngunit para na rin sa kapakanan at kinabukasan ng ating mga kabataan at mamamayan. Ginoong Pangulo, meron po tayong tinatawag na parens patriae. Ang pamahalaan po ang tagapagtanggol, ang legal protector ng kanyang mga mamamayan na hindi kayang ipagtanggol ang kanilang mga sarili. Tumatayo pong magulang ng sambayanan ang pamahalaan. Pero bahagi po ng pagiging isang magulang ang ituro sa kanyang mga anak kung paano ipagtanggol ang sarili mula sa anumang mga banta na maaari niyang kaharapin. Madalas po nating marinig sa ating mga nakatatanda, paano ka na kung wala na kami? Kahit po siguro sa kabilang buhay ay hindi natin mapapatawad ang ating mga sarili kung may mangyayaring masama sa ating mga anak. Nasa atin pong mga kamay ngayon ang pagkakataon na mabigyan ang ating mga mamamayan ng kaalaman kung paano nila maipagtatanggol ang kanilang mga sarili at ang ating bayan. Bahagi ng pagiging magulang ang pagtuturo ng disiplina at kabutihang asal sa kanyang mga anak. Bahagi ng paggugobyerno ang gumawa ng desisyon na sa tingin nito ay makabubuti sa kanyang mga mamamayan. Excuse me. Ngunit, Ginoong Pangulo, hindi lamang po banta ng pananakop ng dayuhan ang nais paghahandaan ng ROTC. Hindi lamang po digmaan ang nagdudulot ng hirap at pasakit. May mga sakuna na hatid ng kalikasan. Sa mga pagkakataong ito, inaasahan natin na tutugon ang ating mga kadete. Sapagkat ang ROTC po ay hindi lamang isang academic requirement, ngunit institutionalized na pakikipagkapwa-tao. Higit po sa banta ng pananakop ng ibang mga bansa o mga kalamidad, baka po ay hindi na natin namamalayan na nalupig at nasalanta na ang ating bayan ng kawalang pakialam. We should not wait for the hearts and minds of our Filipino youth to be invaded by a lack of empathy. For these reasons, Mr. President, under the proposed measure, our youth shall be mandated to undergo program that will, number 1, provide basic military and police training for students in order to motivate, train, organize, and utilize for national defense preparedness or civil military operations and law enforcement. Number 2, enhance the students' consciousness in the ethics of service, patriotism, and nationalism, respect for human rights, appreciation of the role of national heroes in the historical development of the country, strengthen ethical and spiritual values, and develop personal discipline and leadership. Number 3, reinforce in students the values of civic mindedness, volunteerism, and genuine service to others in order to be active participants and volunteers for the development and improvement of ecology and environmental protection, human and civil rights awareness, and law enforcement. And number 4, provide the students with practical and applicable knowledge and skills that are necessary, essential, and ideal for survival and providing service in times of emergencies and disasters, including disaster response operations, skills for search, rescue, and relief operations, and early recovery activities. Normal lamang po ang mangamba, lalo na't may mga akusasyon ng korupsyon at pang-aabuso. Ngunit naniniwala po ako na may pagkakatuto mula sa mga pagkakamali ng nakaraan. Nasa atin po ngayon ang lahat ng oportunidad upang siguraduhin na hindi na ito mangyayari. In our proposed measure, we are establishing a grievance board in every ROTC unit and National Grievance Committee that will be active in ensuring that no abuse, violence, or corruption in any educational institution implementing the mandatory ROTC program will be committed. Hindi lang po sila maghihintay ng mga reklamo mula sa mga estudyante o guro. Sila na mismo ang magiging masigasig sa pagbabantay ng ating mga ROTC cadets at instructors. Ginoong Pangulo, lahat po tayo ay may mga tungkulin na dapat gampanan. Bilang nakatatanda, obligasyon po natin na akayin ang ating mga kabataan sa landas ng kabutihan. Ipaunawa natin sa kanila na anumang tinatamasa nila ngayon ay mawawala kung hindi nila ito matutunang pahalagahan. Hindi natin sinasabi na tayo ang bukal ng karunungan at katotohanan ng buhay. Ang pinanghahawakan natin ay mga aral ng nakaraan. At kagaya ng madalas sabihin sa atin ng ating mga magulang, mga anak, ginagawa namin ito para sa inyo. Why are we doing this then? Why are we pushing for this measure, Mr. President? It is still a way of fulfilling our responsibility. It is because we understand through the eyes of experience the difference between well-prepared and ill-prepared. Naiintindihan natin na darating ang panahon na tayo mga nakatatanda ay mawawala rin sa mundong ito. When the time comes, may the younger generations who follow us find that they have been equipped well with all that they need. Sabi nga ng ating pambansang bayani na si Dr. Jose Rizal, ang kabataan ang pag-asa ng bayan. Marahil sa tingin ng iba, gasgas na ang kasabihang ito, o beryos, kumbaga, but we cannot deny its truth, Mr. President. Sa ating mga kabataan, nakasalalay ang pag-asa dahil sila rin ang may hawak ng kinabukasan. The youth today will be tomorrow's leaders. If we fail them now, we will also fail as a nation. But if we can prepare them for the unknown future and do what we can to help form them holistically into the leaders they are meant to become, what a victory that would be. Dito mismo sa aking kinatatayuan, Mr. President, dama ko na ang tagumpay. Maraming salamat po.
Maraming salamat, Senator De La Rosa. Kumbate.
Mr. President, there are a number of our colleagues who wanted to co-sponsor the measure, but I just got here with me, Mr. President, bicameral conference committee report. So if I may, Mr. President, may I move that we suspend consideration of Senate Bill number 2034 under committee report number 62? So,
There
Mr.
being no
President.
objection to the motion, motion is approved.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, we are in a receipt of a bicameral conference committee report on the disagreeing provisions of Senate Bill number 1850 and House Bill number 6336. This is the measure about the condonation of agrarian reform debt. And at this juncture, may we recognize, Mr. President, the chairperson of the Senate panel, Senator Cynthia Villar, to give the highlights of the conference committee report.
Session, may I just request for a minute suspension? They're requesting.
Yes, Mr. President.
Session suspended. Ano?
Motion to consider the bicameral conference committee report on disagreeing provisions on Senate Bill number 1850 and House Bill number 6336. I so move, Mr. President.
Yes, we take note.
Yes, Mr. President, at this juncture, we are also in a receipt of a bicameral conference committee report on the disagreeing provisions of Senate Bill number 1849 and House Bill number 6517, entitled Strengthening Professionalism in the Armed Forces of the Philippines. With the permission of the body, may we recognize the chairperson of the Senate panel, Senator Jinggoy Ejercito Estrada, to give us the highlights of the conference committee report. I so move, Mr. President.
Our distinguished colleague from the city of San Juan, Senator Jinggoy Estrada, is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, honorable members of this august chamber, as your chairperson of the Committee on National Defense and Security, Peace, Unification, and Reconciliation, it is my honor to present the bicameral conference committee report on the disagreeing provisions of Senate Bill 1849 and House Bill 6517, amending Republic Act number 11709, otherwise known as an act strengthening professionalism and promoting the continuity of policies and modernization initiatives in the armed forces of the Philippines by prescribing fixed terms for key officers thereof, increasing the mandatory retirement age of generals, flag officers, providing for a more effective attrition system, and providing funds therefore. The House panel, led by Congressman Raul Buboy Tupas, graciously came to the Philippine Senate and agreed to use the Senate bill as our working draft. Section 1 of Senate Bill 1849 was adopted, which provides, among others, for a 3-year maximum tour of duty for the AFP Chief of Staff and 2-year maximum tour of duty for the Commanding General of the Philippine Army and Philippine Air Force, Flag Officer in Command of the Philippine Navy, and the Superintendent of the Philippine Military Academy. Section 2 was amended to adjust the compulsory retirement age to 57 years old. This applies to both AFP officers and enlisted personnel. Section 3 was adopted, which amends the existing definition of the term active duty. Section 4 was also adopted, which increased the maximum tenure in grade for Brigadier General and Commodore from 3 years to 5 years, and Colonel, Captain from 8 years to 10 years. Section 5, which provides for the officer grade distribution based on the AFP's table of organization, was adopted with amendments to adjust the percentages for the general flag officers to 1.25% and for the grade of first lieutenant, lieutenant junior grade, and second lieutenant ensign to 42.75% in line with the modernization program of the Armed Forces of the Philippines. A new Section 6 was introduced to clarify the application of the proposed legislation. Specifically, the bill shall also apply to the officers and enlisted personnel appointed and/or promoted under Republic Act 11709 and other pertinent laws. Mr. President, I would like to recognize the patience, wisdom, active participation, and significant contribution of our distinguished colleagues as members of the Senate panel, our Defense Committee Vice Chairpersons, Senator Ronald Bato de la Rosa, Senator Christopher Lawrence Bongo, Senator Francis Tol Tolentino, our Minority Floor Leader, Senator Aquilino Coco Pimentel III, Senator Amy Marcos, and Senator Sani Angara. I would also like to acknowledge our colleagues from the House, Congressman Tupas, Congresswoman Mercedes Alvarez, Congressman George Bustos, Congresswoman Divina Grace Yu, Congressman J.J. Romualdo, Congressman Lex Anthony Colada, and Congressman Joseph Stephen Paduano for supporting and prioritizing the passage of this vital measure. Finally, Mr. President, I would also like to thank the Senate and House Secretariat for their tireless committee and legislation staff and stenographers who stayed until late night to finalize the reconciled bill. Mr. President, I respectfully move that we adopt and ratify the bicameral conference committee report on the disagreeing provisions of Senate Bill 1849 and House Bill number 6517. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you to our distinguished colleague. We know very much how you toiled on this measure. Majority Leader, I just wanted to mention to the chairperson, Chairperson Jinggoy Estrada, that he toiled many hours and many days having sleepless nights on this particular issue, and we finally got it done together as a team, together with Senator Bato de la Rosa, our only general in the Senate.
Plus,
Yes, please.
plus the spare ribs, Mr. President.
Spare
The spare
ribs?
ribs of Senator Jinggoy.
I unfortunately we were not given the spare ribs, so maybe we should just recall the motion, recall the measure. Just kidding.
Too much
Yun,
spare,
but,
too much spare, Mr. President.
I heard the food last night served in the BICAM was excellent. Of course, care of the chairperson,
Well,
Senator
Mr.
Jinggoy
President,
Estrada.
yes, we join the motion of the distinguished gentleman from San Juan, Senator Jinggoy Estrada, and I move that we approve and ratify the bicameral conference committee report on the disagreeing provisions of Senate Bill number 1849 and House Bill number 6517, and let the text of the joint explanation be inserted into the record of the chamber. I so move, Mr. President.
There being no objection, the bicameral conference committee report on disagreeing provisions of Senate Bill number 1849 and House Bill number 6517 is hereby ratified. Congratulations.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I move that we again resume Senate Bill number 2034 under committee report number 62. I so move, Mr. President.
There being no objection to the motion, motion support.
Yes, Mr. President. Mr. President, I move for a minute suspension, Mr. President.
Session suspended.
again withdraw my motion and suspend consideration of Senate Bill number 2034. So move, Mr. President.
Yes, we take note, manifestation.
Mr. President, at this juncture and with the permission of the body, I move that we proceed with the privileged speeches and recognize our dear colleague, the birthday celebrant, no other than Senator Pia Cayetano, to deliver her speech. So move, Mr. President.
To our beautiful resident athlete, birthday girl, the representative of Taguig and Pateros in the Republic of the Philippines, no other than Senator Pia Cayetano, is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I acknowledge the graciousness of our colleagues to allow me to deliver my speech. I am always, the Majority Floor Leader can attest that I never asked to change the agenda. I never asked to be bumped up except today. I used the birthday card, Your Honors. But I promise you that this will be short and sweet and very productive. March 22, my birthday, is actually World Water Day. And to my recollection, I have never celebrated my birthday during session. I mean, my birthday has always fallen during the break. So it is a privilege indeed for me to be able to deliver this speech on World Water Day in session. Your Honors, I'll keep this short. I think all of us can agree that this matter, which I stand up before you on personal and collective privilege, is very important. In the news, and I believe the Majority Floor Leader filed a resolution or filed something on a bill. We have data that shows that 11 million Filipinos do not have clean water. Now, in the recent IPU that I attended on behalf of the Senate, it was established that women and girls are disproportionately impacted not only by water scarcity but climate-related disasters in general, especially when they threaten national and regional peace and security, causing forced migration, displacement, and increased poverty. Women and girls are more vulnerable to gender-based violence and other violation of women's human rights, with often no access to support systems. So I deliver this speech, Your Honors, emphasizing that these are very much connected to our Sustainable Development Goals. SDG 3 on good health and well-being. Obviously, kung walang malinis na tubig, it's hard to be healthy. A lot of infants, if I'm not mistaken, the major cause of infant mortality is diarrhea, which is caused by lack of access to clean water. And then SDG 5, gender equality, I already explained that there's enough evidence, and it was the topic of discussion in the entire IPU, that women and girls are disproportionately affected. Kasi alam nyo, Your Honors, girls usually ang inuutusan mag-igib ng tubig. Even in the Bible, di ba, pinapakita doon na na-meet ni Jesus yung isang babae doon sa well. Kasi it's a gender role. Not to say na hindi naman tumutulong yung mga lalaki, but it tends to be a gender role. SDG 6 is specific to clean water and sanitation, and SDG 10 on reduced inequalities. The Philippines, being a signatory to the United Nations 2030 Sustainable Development Goals, is committed to integrate the SDGs into our national development plans and policies. So, as I said, 11 million families lack access to clean water in the country, according to the National Water Resource Board. Your Honors, when I was not yet a senator, I lived in Bagumbayan, Taguig, where Alan and his wife Lani still live, our colleague, my brother Alan. And would you believe, I found out, much to my distress, I was a young lawyer at that time, that many homes did not even have the basic water facilities kasi wala palang tubig. So why will they bother investing in a sink when wala palang tubig? Wala ring flush. So, but now meron, thank God. Meron naman tayong tubig sa Taguig City, but there are still many places in the country where there are not direct sources of water. I will move on. I will submit the my full speech for the record, Your Honors, but I am just emphasizing the important points. A gender-segregated space for women and girls is not only about sanitation, but it is also about safety. Sharing facilities with the opposite gender puts many women and girls at risk of abuse and assault. So that's something to be considered in our planning, Your Honors. Lalo na yung kulang yung facility, share, tapos sa gabi, can you imagine, madilim, sa gabi, magpupunta mag-isa doon ang batang babae. Meron talagang risk po dito, Your Honors. A clean and functioning bathroom with access to sanitary products is necessary for women and girls to manage their menstrual hygiene and pregnancy as well. So, Your Honors, it is important that when we think of clean water and sanitation, we must also see it through a gender lens. Like most crises, the effects are never gender neutral, and the effect on women are proportionately higher than men. The water crisis today is worsened by the climate crisis and global warming. To address water insecurity in the country, the national government has taken steps to mitigate and provide a sustainable water supply for all. NEDA in 2019 released the Philippine Water Supply and Sanitation Master Plan. This serves as the national action plan to achieve universal access. DOH as well has in its 2023 Environmental and Occupational Health line item, 86.1 million is allotted under this line item in 2023. I must end simply, Your Honors, by saying that all of you who work on the budget can attest that we must do more in terms of budgetary support for access to clean water. And not just that, Your Honor. I speak as your chairman of the Committee on SDGs, Innovation, Futures Thinking. Ano ang future ng Pilipinas kung wala tayong sapat na tubig? When I was chairman of the Committee on Environment in my first term in the Senate in 2004, I had the privilege of doing a study visit in Singapore where they showed me their complete plan for water security. This included desalination. It included importation of water through the use of big pipes. And finally, it included cleaning sewage water. They have this, I assume it's still there, and I invite all of you to go. Let's go on a field trip because it was very educational for me. If I recall correctly, it was called New Water, New, bagong tubig. Pero galing po to sa sewage. Baka malakas lang ang loob ko, pero yung mga kasama ko, they were scared to drink it. But I drank it because I trust the process. I trust science, I trust technology. Ang tanong ko is, are we doing any of those three? Any? Do we have serious desalination programs? I don't know if we need to go to the extent of importing water. Are we cleaning our water? So ang dami-dami pa natin pwedeng gawin. And I hope forever matatak sa ating mga, sa ating kaisipan ang kahalagahan ng tubig, lalo na pag naalala niyo ako on March 22, my birthday. It is World Water Day. I will end on that note. Thank you for all your greetings and your support, Your Honors. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you very much, our distinguished colleague. Just for the information of our colleague who's celebrating her birthday today, it's an apt topic. I filed Senate Bill number 310, which is the Potable Water in Every Barangay Act. So, because I am with you, really, in the provinces like in Bukidnon and many provinces, there are no potable water sources. Yeah,
Mr. President, thank you so much for that. May I ask that this, because my speech is I precisely showed how it is related to all the SDGs. I would like to hear this with due respect to any other committee that wants to focus on water. But I am offering my service to the Senate. If you want me to be the one to take the lead in these hearings, I am happy. If not, I can focus on SDG, whatever is the pleasure of the body, Your Honor.
Oh, I would love it if the lady senator can be tasked to also listen to these issues.
Yes, Mr. President, and if I may, let me state for the record what the distinguished lady from Taguig and Pateros, our birthday celebrant, made mention a while ago that today, March 22, Mr. President, we celebrate the International Water Day. And according to the National Water Resource Board, Mr. President, 11 million Filipino families, this is not individuals, Mr. President, Filipino families, or almost half of Filipino families lack access to clean water, Mr. President. And that's why this representation filed Senate Bill number 1048, or the Safe Drinking Water Act, which seeks to ensure the provision of potable water. We also filed, Mr. President, Senate Bill number 2013, providing for an integrated water resources framework. Again, Mr. President, the news that you made mention about accessing clean water and access to water, Mr. President, is really unacceptable considering we have 36,000 kilometers of shoreline, Mr. President, which is fifth in the world, Mr. President. So with that, Mr. President, and as mentioned a while ago by our distinguished colleague, SDG number 6 talks about clean water and sanitation. And so with that, Mr. President, I move that the speech of the distinguished lady from Taguig and Patero, Senator Pia Cayetano, and the manifestations thereon be referred to the Committee on Sustainable Development Goals, Innovation, and Futures Thinking. As you move, Mr. President.
There being no objection, motion is approved. And Majority Leader, if I may, on my bill, particularly on my bill, if I can ask the permission of the chairperson where it was referred to, kasi matagal na ito na-referred, Senate Bill number 310, baka we can also give it to the Committee on Sustainable Development Goals, and including your bills.
Yes, Mr. President.
Yes, sir,
I was about to say that, Mr. President.
With the permission of the body. So maybe we can, while we're listening to other speeches, we can ask our secretary to clean up.
We can do that before we adjourn today,
Adjourn,
Mr. President.
correct.
Yes, thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. Our resident expert on water as well, si Ma'am Pia.
And then I move for the previous question, Mr. President.
Yes, that's approved. Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, let me go back to the continuation. I move that we resume consideration of Senate Bill number 2023 under Committee Report number 62. This is the Revitalized Reserve Officers Training Corps Act, Mr. President. So move, Mr. President.
There being no objection, motion is approved.
Mr. President, to co-sponsor the measure, I move that we recognize our Deputy Majority Leader, Senator J.V. Ejercito. So move, Mr. President.
Our distinguished colleague, Senator J.V. Ejercito is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Because we have a lot of things to tackle since it's the last day of session before we adjourn. I just have my co-sponsorship speech being inserted in the record, but I just like to make a short manifestation on why I support ROTC, Mr. President. I would like to let everyone know that I'm a product of the ROTC. No, for almost 2 years, I really told every Saturday. I reported to De La Salle and sometimes Fort Bonifacio. Kahit nung time na yon, Mr. President, that that during those times we are yung mag-gimmick times, so Fridays, weekends, and Saturdays. But for almost 2 years, I was there under the sun, exercise. But Mr. President, it's not only military training. No, let me stress that it also in ROTC you will also learn how to have discipline, patriotism, or love for country, because iba po yung meron kang bandera sa iyong dibdib o sa iyong balikat. Also teaches you respect for authority, and more importantly, it teaches you to become a responsible citizen. And in this version filed by Senator Bato de la Rosa, it's not purely military training. Kasama rin po dito ang disaster response and other activities that is aimed in serving the youth, helping the youth do their part in serving the nation. So again, Mr. President, I reiterate my support for the ROTC because I'm a product of the ROTC. There are people who said that they had bad experiences, but I would say that this experience, which I worked hard for 2 years, no, pinaghirapan ko po to, and I think it has made me realize and value more. Of course, the love for country, patriotism, taught me about discipline, and again, respect for authority. So that's why, Mr. President, I strongly support the revitalization of ROTC.
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. I am also a product of ROTC, Your Honors, coming from UP, and it taught me discipline. It taught me also love for country. I also learned a bit of training at it, and yes, we learned a lot, and we are what we are now because of some of that training that we learned for 2 years.
And Mr. President, to add, no, at that time I could have easily exempted myself, no, My father was senator, became vice president. Ang dali ko sana ma-accept. But I really valued the training that I received during those times. But
Yes.
more importantly, again, yung patriotism, love for country, and respect for others is very important, and discipline.
Yes.
So probably some don't have the same experience, good experience with ROTC, but for myself, I value that I really worked hard for it for 2 years. Na kahit na may hangover ako ng Friday evening, talagang papasok ako kung magpapakabilid ako, kaya siguro ganitong kulay ko, hindi na bumalik. But again, those 2 years were difficult, but I think it may help me mold the person I am today. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. And the Majority Floor Leader reminded me about something that on another topic on water, that you are very good in saving water,
Conserving, Mr. President.
conserving water, and we will
The
not anymore
conservation czar
say why.
of water, Mr. President. Mr. President, to co-sponsor the measure, I move that we recognize the gentleman from Valenzuela, Senator Win Gatchalian. So move, Mr.
A
President.
distinguished colleague from Valenzuela, Senator Win Gatchalian, also another fellow who knows how to conserve water.
Thank you, Mr. President. I just follow my friend, Senator JV Arcito, in terms of water conservation. Good afternoon, esteemed colleagues. Magandang hapon po. Discipline is a fundamental attribute to our youth. Discipline is a fundamental attribute that our youth must acquire as the future leaders of our nation. The revival of the mandatory basic ROTC program and the voluntary advanced ROTC program will instill such discipline in our youth through the reinforcement of leadership, camaraderie, and sacrifice for the realization of our nation's vision and shared objectives towards peace and progress. In fact, it was in the 16th Congress when our lobbying effort to reinstate basic military and officer training for our tertiary students began, when we filed House Bill number 2338 while I was still a member of the House of Representatives. Sharing the same vision up to now, it is my goal to provide our youth with the appropriate training to ensure their readiness to respond to the call of service. Here in the Senate, the original proposal of this representation sought to reinstate our OTC program in the senior high school level. However, due to the following intervening events and circumstances, mandating the basic ROTC program at the tertiary level would be the most viable track for this proposal. First of all, the COVID-19 pandemic has caused learning loss among our learners. Learning recovery, such as through streamlining the basic education curriculum, should be the top priority of the basic education sector. Secondly, as the country is reeling from the negative effects of the economy due to the COVID-19 pandemic, the cost implications of basic ROTC program in senior high school are undesirable. Based on the estimates provided by the Armed Forces of the Philippines and the Department of Education, the total cost to fully implement the basic ROTC program in senior high school on a national scale in the first year alone would amount to 9.3 billion pesos. And lastly, a substantial number of senior high school graduates will be captured under the basic ROTC program at the tertiary level. In the past 4 years, on average, about 81% of those who graduate senior high school proceeded to enroll in college. Given this context, I stand today to co-sponsor Senate Bill number 2034, also known as the Reserves Officer Training Corps, or ROTC Act, which seeks to reinstitutionalize the mandatory basic ROTC program on all public and private universities, colleges, vocational schools, and other tertiary education institutions. The ROTC Act will be instrumental in raising students' awareness on the importance of civic duty, patriotism, and most of all, discipline in building a prosperous and progressive nation. In a nutshell, the program will emphasize the youth's critical role in nation building while also promoting and protecting their holistic well-being. One of the objectives of the program is to train students in basic military training. In critical times when we need to produce the needed workforce, it is important that our youth receive such training for national defense readiness, civil military operations, and law enforcement. Mr. President, the benefits of the ROTC program also go far beyond basic military training. Our archipelagic nation lies in the path of tropical storms from the world's largest ocean and is also situated in the so-called Ring of Fire. This makes our country vulnerable to catastrophes like typhoons, earthquake, and volcanic eruptions. According to the World Risk Index 2022, the Philippines ranked first in the world in risk among 193 countries worldwide. With this reality, there is definitely a need to cultivate community crisis managers and leaders that can provide practical and applicable knowledge and skills necessary for survival and resilience. As such, the ROTC program will cover the mechanisms to prepare during actual disaster response operations on needs assessments, improve skills for search, rescue, and relief operations, and early recovery activities. Mr. President, there is no way of knowing what sort of unexpected events or catastrophes may occur in the future. We do know, however, that certain events have tested the readiness of our nation. A super typhoon like Yolanda, which threatened our country and caused damage to nearly 1.5 million homes and killed more than 6,000 people, it is one such example. Apart from this, we can also recall how Super Typhoon Odette impacted about 11 million people and resulted in over 400 deaths. More lives lost due to lack of preparedness simply cannot be tolerated. The arrival of the ROTC program will open doors and opportunities to our youth to manifest and realize their desire to make positive and proactive change in our nation. By helping them reach their full potential, we can strengthen our country's ability to produce the workforce it needs in times of crisis, such as calamities, disasters, and wars. This representation is also highly conscious of safeguarding concerns with the ROTC program. For the record, Mr. President, it cannot be overstated how the subcommittee has already contemplated putting up measures to safeguard students from hazing, corruption, and other forms of abuse ever since we first filed this measure. In particular, the provisions of the Anti-Hazing Act of 2018, the Anti-Graft and Corrupt Practices Act, will be adopted in the implementation of this act. Further, every ROTC unit will also have an independent investigative body known as the ROTC Grievance Board, set up to formulate a system and prescribe a process that promotes and encourages the reporting of any incident of hazing, violence, abuse, and corruption. In a broader scope, a National Grievance and Monitoring Committee will also be established to guarantee the law is being carried out as intended, that training is being administered properly, and that there is no room for any form of abuse. Truth be told, my experience as a reserve officer has allowed me to further deepen my commitment to public service through the inculcated values and principles. By carrying out the ethics of service, patriotism, and nationalism, this representation has become more driven to fulfilling the ultimate duty of serving our nation and our fellow Filipinos. Now, it's up to us to help the next generation reach their full potential by passing this significant measure. Sa ating mga kabataan, panahon na upang mas maitanim sa inyong puso at isipan ang pagmamahal sa ating bayan at disiplina. Gamitin niyo ang inyong lakas bilang isang kolektibong puwersa sa pagsulong tungo sa kaunlaran ng ating bansa. Dahil kung hindi ngayon, kailan pa tayo magiging handa sa pagharap sa mga paparating na hamon. Lastly, allow me to express my gratitude to the sponsor of this bill, Senator Bato de la Rosa, and to my fellow co-authors, Senator J.V. Arcito, Senator Jinggoy Estrada, Senator Amy Marcos, Senator Robin Hood Padilla, and Senator Tol Tolentino for their keen insights in drafting this important measure. Maraming salamat po.
Thank you very much, our distinguished colleague.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, to allow our colleagues to further study the measure, I move that we suspend consideration of Senate Bill number 2034 under Committee Report number 62. I so move, Mr. President.
There being no objection, motion is approved.
Mr. President, at this juncture and pursuant to Section 62 of Republic Act Number 9136, the Electric Power Industry Reform Act of 2001 or IPIRA Law as amended by Republic Act Number 11571 or the JCEC Enhancement Act, I move that we proceed with the Senate President's designation of members of the Joint Congressional Energy Commission. I so move, Mr.
The
President.
following members are hereby designated as members of the Joint Congressional Energy Commission, the chairperson being Senator Raffy Tulfo, the vice chairperson, Senator Wing Gatchalian. Members are Senator Bato de la Rosa, Senator Manuel Lito Lapid, Senator Chis Escudero, Senator Sani Angara, and Senator Risa Ontiveros on the part of the minority.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Mr. President, we are in a receipt of a bicameral conference committee report on the disagreeing provisions of Senate Bill number 1850 and House Bill number 6336. This is the measure about the condonation of agrarian reform debt. May we recognize the chairperson of the Senate panel, no other than our mama bear, Senator Cynthia Villar, to give the highlights of the conference committee report.
To our distinguished colleague from the city of Las Piñas, no other than Senator Cynthia Villar, to sponsor the measure. You're recognized, ma'am.
Thank you, Mr. President. On behalf of the Senate panel to the bicameral conference composed of Senator Amy Marcos and Assistant Minority Floor Leader Senator Risa Hontiveros, on the disagreeing provisions of Senate Bill number 1850 and House Bill 6336 or the New Agrarian Emancipation Act, I'm pleased to report on the successful outcome of the bicameral conference. The conference committee agreed to adopt the Senate version as the working draft of the discussion. The short title of the House version was adopted as Section 1 of the consolidated bill. The phrase indebted to the government as of December 31, 2022 in Sections 1, 2, and 3 of the Senate version has been replaced with the phrase indebted to the government as of the effectivity of this act. Under Section 1, the proviso on the list to be submitted by Land Bank and the Department of Agrarian Reform within the 3-year period from the effectivity of this act, such list shall come from the collective clause which shall be processed within the 3-year period. The title of the House version was adopted with modification through the addition of the phrase all principal loans. We acknowledge the work of the bicameral members in the Senate and the House of Representatives, and of course, the Department of Agrarian Reform Secretary Estrella and staff. I move, Mr. President, that the result of the bicameral conference be ratified by this body.
Majority Leader?
Yes, Mr. President. Mr. President, I move that we approve and ratify the bicameral conference committee report on the disagreeing provisions of Senate Bill number 1850 and House Bill number 6336, and let the text of the joint explanation be inserted into the records of the chamber. I so move, Mr. President.
There being no objection to the motion, the bicameral conference committee report on the disagreeing provisions of Senate Bill number 1850 and House Bill number 6336 is hereby ratified. Congratulations.
Thank you, Mr. President, and to all my colleagues in the Senate.
Congratulations.
Congratulations, Senator Villar. Mr. President, the Deputy Minority Leader seeking the floor, I move that she be recognized. Senator Risa Ontiveros.
Our distinguished Deputy Minority Floor Leader is recognized.
Salamat kaayo, Mr. President. I wish to explain my vote. I support in principle the bill and its objectives, and while I do, I wish to put on record my position, already expressed earlier, that there should be no distinction between CLOAs granted before the passage of this law and CLOAs granted after. Sana po lahat ng CLOA beneficiaries ay libre na ang lupa sa ilalim ng reformang panakahan. Hindi naman po kasi nila kasalanan na delayed ang pag-release ng CLOA nila. Secondly, I hope that this measure is accompanied by support services for our farmers. My fear, Mr. President, is that this might lead to the unintended consequence of farmers being allowed to sell their lands much more easily because there is no more lien or indebtedness holding them back. Therefore, I urge our implementers to craft the IRRs, taking into account these concerns and ensuring that there are still meaningful safeguards against land selling. Panghuli po, the goal of agrarian reform is not just land sovereignty, but food security. I hope that incentives will be given for these lands to remain agricultural, so they will continue to be cultivated and produce food for all of us. Ano't ano pa man, this is a positive development for our agrarian reform beneficiaries, and I congratulate our sponsor for its passage. Salamat kaayo, Mr. President.
Thank you. Salamat kayo po, my dear. Majority Leader? Session suspended for minutes.
Nahin kita. No, nahin kita. Ayun, balit. Ay, ganyan naman yan eh.
Mr. President, with the permission of the body, I move to resume. We resume consideration of Senate Bill number 1615 under Committee Report number 60. This is the bill pertaining to Baler, Aurora as the birthplace of Philippine surfing. I so move, Mr. President.
There being no objection, motion is approved. You recognize, should I recognize already the?
I was about to say, Mr. President, that the parliamentary status of the bill is that we have sponsored the measure. I now move to open the period of interpellations and debate and recognize the sponsor, Senator Sani Angara, and to interpellate our minority leader, Senator Coco Pimentel.
Senator Sani Angara to defend the measure is recognized, and to interpolate the distinguished minority floor leader, Senator Coco Pimentel.
Thank you, Mr. President. With the permission of our honorable sponsor, who was born probably in Baler, Aurora.
I was not, for the record, Mr. President, I was born in Manila Doctors in the city of Manila.
So anyway, Mr. President, this bill needs no defense because this will be actually supportive interpellation and basically clarificatory, Mr. President. Because to my knowledge, I think this will be the very first law that we will be calling a place a birthplace of something, Mr. President. Am I correct, Mr. President?
Of course, I don't have perfect knowledge, Mr. President, distinguished minority leader, distinguished colleague, but I think you might be right because what we have passed in previous Congresses are acts declaring certain places as the so-and-so capital, Abaca capital, chocolate capital, marching band capital,
Shoe capital of Marikina.
pilgrimage capital, carving capital, rodeo capital. So we've passed a slew of.
Yes, yeah.
So it is the. I think I'm not aware of any bill which made the claim that it was the birthplace, except maybe birthplace of democracy or something like that.
Yes, Mr.
Something,
Yes, Mr. President. So, pardon me for this clarificatory interpellation.
Not at all, Your
because
Honor,
because
not
of
at all.
that. Because
It's
of
an
that, Mr.
honor. It's an
President.
honor,
So,
Mr. President.
So this measure will give the municipality of Baler in the province of Aurora the title of being the birthplace of Philippine surfing. So, how do we document this, or how did we document this, Mr. President, to support the title that we are giving to the municipality of Baler?
It is a mix of facts and testimonial evidence, Your Honor. Meaning, so we in our sponsorship speech we cited certain facts like the during the first few years that the Philippines fielded a surfing team to sporting competitions in the 80s, the members were sourced from the town of Baler, Mr. President, and then. There's also the account of an American surfer who used to live in Subic Bay, that he used to surf in Baler in the late 60s, I think 1969, Mr. President. And then we went through the filming also of the famous movie Apocalypse Now, which the Deputy Minority Leader also recalled some of her memories from her late husband's memories. And again, we're grateful. We reiterate our thanks to her for her support. And through to the 80s and now, it's a mix of evidence. You being a lawyer, a brilliant lawyer, so it's a mix of testimonial, documentary, evidence, Your Honor.
Is there no other place in the Philippines, Mr. President, claiming to be the birthplace of surfing in the Philippines?
Not to our knowledge, Your Honor, because according to some research we've done for various articles, surfing in Catanduanes began in 1979, in Siargao in 1980. This is per the website of General Luna Siargao. In La Union in the 1980s, in Zambales around the late 90s, 2000s, early 2000s, according to the manager and coach of Quicksilver Surf School. So it seems that the claims of Baler as to when surfing originated in the town of Baler predate these other claims, Your Honor.
Thank you for that, Mr. President. So, given the nature of the title that we are going to give the municipality of Baler, being the birthplace, so that's of Philippine surfing, does this mean, because of the nature of the title, that there can be no other place in the Philippines which can be called another birthplace of surfing in the Philippines?
I never thought of that question, Mr. President, but it would seem not unless they were born on the same day, Your Honor.
So
And then you have a simultaneous birth, Your Honor.
So,
But,
is it
yeah, they would be twins, as mentioned by the Senate President Pro
Is
Tem.
it possible for another LGU to apply for the title of surfing capital of the Philippines?
It is possible, Your Honor. I think that would be possible. I think La Union did it in previous Congresses, Your Honor. But of course, whether or not that would be acceptable
Not yet a law. Not yet a law.
Not yet a law, Your Honor. I think it passed the House, but it did not pass the Senate in the 17th or 18th Congress, Mr. President. Or here, it's the House passed two bills in the 17th Congress declaring Cam Norte as the surfing capital of the Bicol region, and another bill declaring La Union as the surfing capital of the North. And in the 18th Congress, there was a similar bill for Cam Norte, Your Honor, but never passed in the Senate, Your Honor.
So at least we made that of record, Mr. President, that it may no longer be possible for another LGU to apply to be the birthplace of Philippine surfing, but it is still possible for other LGUs to apply for the title of capital of
For now,
Philippine
yes, Your Honor.
surfing.
But nothing would forestall future Congresses from repealing laws because we only legislate, or our legislative power is only for the duration of our Congress. Future generations might decide that there are more reliable claims, and then they can decide to repeal the law. Then nothing,
Yes.
nothing forestalls that possibility, Your Honor.
Just going into the intent of this particular chamber as of this moment, Mr. President.
Yes, Your Honor. Yes.
May I add to
That
the
is the intent,
discussion with the permission of the Minority Floor Leader and Senator Angara? So basically, the law is really just to establish that it was the birthplace.
Yes, Your Honor.
We're not now claiming that it is the
The capital.
only capital.
No, because there are so many beautiful surfing destinations,
Correct,
and
correct.
there's Siargao, there is Cam Norte,
La Union.
Daet, there's
My wife's hometown of
there's Calikoan in Eastern Samar, there's Zambales, there's Pagudpud in Senator Imy's.
Yes.
So there's so many. There's Lanuza in Surigao del Sur.
Yes.
So there's so many. In fact, it's a circuit, Mr. President, Your Honor, because surfing is seasonal. So in the months where certain locales are not available or the waves are not conducive to surfing, they would go to the other. It's the same set of individuals who compete in Baler, let's say in the summer months. They will go to Calikoan,
West side, east
or
side.
to Lanuza or to Zambales in other months.
Depending on the
Opo.
Amihan and the Habagat.
Yes, that's correct. That's you're 100% correct, Mr. President.
Thank you for allowing me to intervene.
What would, Mr. President, be the anticipated benefits for the municipality of Baler if we confer it this distinction or title, Mr. President?
Oh, that's a great question, Mr. President. If you will allow me to mention that Baler really suffered during the pandemic, Your Honor, and because it receives a lot of tourist revenues, tourism revenues. For 2 years, there were no tourists allowed, with the exception of government officials visiting, which was quite sporadic, Mr. President. So for 2 years, there were hardly any tourist arrivals in our province. Also because of some of the policies pursued by the local governments, where perhaps we were slower to open up than other local government units. So there was really the livelihood of the locals, not only in Baler but also in the surrounding 7 towns, was really affected. And my family owns a hotel there, in fact, so for full disclosure. And of the 200 employees, we had to lay off 120 employees during the pandemic, Mr. President. So yun po that's only one establishment. And there are hundreds of establishments in our province, Mr. President. So the passage of this measure would really give the tourism of the province a shot in the arm. I think it would result in positive publicity and public relations and good marketing for our province, Your Honor.
Yes, but is it the position of our sponsor, Mr. President, that if we do not have this law, Baler cannot use the title of birthplace of Philippine surfing in its marketing efforts, Mr.
Oh no, nothing would stop that, Your Honor. Nothing stops.
So what would be the practical effect or difference, Mr. President? Na even if we don't have this as law, Baler Aurora can market its the place as this birthplace of Philippine surfing, and then with this law, it just makes it an officially recognized claim, Mr. President.
Pretty much that is the answer, Your Honor. There's the seal of approval or the stamp of approval as if it passes this chamber and passes the legislative branch, then there is that it gives that officialness, or for lack of a better word, or it gives that
official character.
That official character. It obtains a certain. It elevates the claim in the eyes of the public, Your Honor. Yeah.
And without this law, another LGU may use in its marketing efforts also the claim that it is the birthplace of Philippine surfing.
Yes, there's nothing.
And then with this law, no other LGU can use that title anymore, Mr. President.
No, there is no. Well, nothing would stop them because there is no penal sanction, Your Honor, for using that. It's just that perhaps because of that seal of approval, then perhaps from a layman's standpoint, perhaps he would just view the Baler claim as of greater weight or truth because of that government or this act that we seek to do today, Mr. President. Yeah.
So with that, Mr. President, I think this representation has been clarified to the basis of the claim, the use of the title, and the nature of the title, and that there is no penal sanction whatsoever. And it will be, this measure is to benefit specifically the municipality of Baler in the province of Aurora in marketing the place as a tourist destination, investment destination. So I'd like to thank our sponsor for the patience, Mr. President. Thank you.
Oh, thank you. Thank you to our distinguished minority leader, Mr. President, for his very well thought out and thorough questions. Thank you, distinguished minority leader.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, and we will all be invited in Baler, Mr. President.
Yes, yes. I'd like to, before the formal invitations, I invite you all on June 30 because that's one of the big provincial events, the Filipino-Spanish Friendship Day. So we will invite the minority leader to represent the Filipinos, and we'll invite the Senate President to represent the Spanish.
Magellan.
Oh my gosh.
Just kidding.
But,
Just kidding,
no,
Mr.
no,
President.
sige.
You will be our guest of honor, Mr. President.
But
If you're
As long
free.
as the
My
Senate
grandfather.
President will not be required to wear,
Never mind.
Never
But for the
mind.
information of the body, my grandfather was a rebel in Spain because he was a Basco. That's why he had to retreat to the Philippines.
No, Mr. President.
Because his life was in danger. But absolutely, we would. And I joined the minority floor leader in saying that we are really pushing for countryside development. So these bills that will help promote tourism, these bills that will help more income with MSMEs all over the countryside, I think is a welcome attitude to take for us senators in the Senate.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. And you were our guest twice, I remember.
Yes.
Even when you were still a congressman.
Yes.
Mr. President, thank you. Thank you for your support.
Thank you. And beautiful beach, beautiful waves. I must say, I will never forget the waves at the beach. So,
Thank you, Mr.
without
President.
further ado,
There being no other members, Mr. President, who wishes to interpolate or ask any further questions, I move that we close the period of interpellations and debates. So move,
there
Mr.
being
President.
no member to interpolate, and we agreed with the motion of the majority floor leader, no objections, interpolations closed.
Mr. President, with the consent of the body, I now move to open the period of amendments.
No objection to the motion of the majority leader.
Mr. President, I move that we open the period of committee amendments and recognize the sponsor, Senator Sani Angara. I so move, Mr. President.
Thank you,
Yes,
Mr. President, Majority Leader.
no objection, the motion is approved.
Just one amendment, Mr. President, Your Honors. On page 1, to insert a new section 3 to read as follows. Section 3, repealing clause, all other laws, acts, presidential decrees, executive orders, presidential proclamations, issuances, rules and regulations, or parts thereof which are contrary to or inconsistent with any of the provisions of this act are hereby repealed, amended, or modified accordingly. And to renumber the sections accordingly. So move, Mr. President.
I join, Mr. President, the motion of the distinguished.
There being no objection to this motion, the amendments approved.
Mr. President, with no other committee amendments, I move to close the period of committee amendments.
There being no objection to the motion is approved.
President, I move that we open the period of individual amendments. And as far as this representation is concerned, no one's actually,
So we should close the period.
I will move now to close the period of individual amendments. So move.
Therefore, there being no objection, motion is approved.
Mr. President, with the consent of the body, I move that we approve on second reading Senate Bill number 1615, subject to style. I so move, Mr.
And the
President.
promise of the sponsor that he would be wearing Speedos on a surfing board.
Yes, boss.
In the next presentation. There being no objection, motion is approved. It's bill is approved on second reading.
Many thanks, Mr. President, Majority Leader, Minority Leader, and all our colleagues.
Congratulations,
Thank you.
Mr. President. Mr. President,
Congratulations.
with that, I move that we suspend consideration of Senate Bill number 1615. I so move, Mr. President.
There being no objection, motion is approved.
May I ask for a minute suspension, Mr. President?
Session suspended.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I move that we transfer from the calendar for ordinary business to the calendar for special orders. Committee Report number 57 on Senate Bill number 2019. This is the bill on Caregivers Welfare Act. So move, Mr. President.
There being no objection to the motion is approved.
Mr.
Secretary,
President,
take the
I
time
move
to
that we consider Senate Bill number 2019 under Committee Report number 57. So move, Mr. President.
There being no objection to the motion is approved. The Secretary may proceed to read the title.
An act instituting policies for the protection and welfare of caregivers in the practice of their profession.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, to sponsor the measure, may we recognize the chairperson of the Committees on Labor, Employment, and Human Resources Development, Senator Jinggoy Estrada, to deliver the sponsorship speech. So moved, Mr. President.
Our distinguished colleague, Senator Jingo Estrada, is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I am honored to sponsor Senate Bill number 2019 entitled an act instituting policies for the protection and welfare of caregivers and the practice of their profession under Committee Report number 57. This substitute bill is a consolidation of bills filed by Senators Legarda, Angara, Tolentino, Revilla, and yours truly, taking into consideration House Bill number 227. Your Committee on Labor, Employment and Human Resource Development conducted the committee hearing December 12 and the technical working group meeting last February 22 and another consultative meeting last March 2. We have worked closely with the DOLE through the Bureau of Local Employment, the Bureau of Working Conditions, the Technical Education, Skills and Development Authority, TESDA, along with the Department of Migrant Workers. We have also coordinated with various organizations of caregivers such as Caregiver of the Philippines Association Incorporated and the Philippine Caregivers Association's Alliance of Health Workers, a private employment agency, the EEDEDC Elderly Care Services, and the Employers Confederation of the Philippines, the Philippine Nurses Association, along with other stakeholders in crafting a finer and better version of this proposed measure. With the passage of our Caregivers Welfare Act, we intend to cover all certified caregivers employed in private homes, nursing care facilities, other residential settings, and those employed by private employment agencies. Number two, to provide an inclusive and official definition as to who a caregiver is, as well as their duties and responsibilities. Number three, to formalize the working arrangement between the caregivers and employers by mandating an authorized contract, which shall include, among others, duties and responsibilities of the caregiver, period of employment, work arrangement, and compensation. Number four, to provide that the minimum hours of work of a caregiver is 8 hours and any work rendered in excess of this will be paid as overtime. This is in compliance with the basic standards set forth in the Labor Code of the Philippines. This is also to address the current and actual practice where caregivers are working for a minimum of 12 hours. At present, the caregiver's salary is determined by the severity of the client's case. For ambulatory and ordinary cases, yun po nakakalakad naman ng pasyente, ang actual rate po ng ating caregiver ay hindi bababa sa 800 piso para sa 12 oras na trabaho. Number five, to grant 13-month pay to our caregivers who have rendered minimum of 1 month service. Number six, to entitle caregivers who have rendered a minimum of 1 year service with service incentive leave of at least 5 days with pay. Number seven, to entitle our caregivers to the benefits of SSS, PhilHealth, and Pag-ibig. Number eight, to protect our caregivers hired through private employment agencies by defining the responsibilities of these agencies. Number nine, to establish an official registry of Filipino caregivers. Number 10, and finally, to impose penalties for the issuance of fake certificate, clearance, or any other document for purposes of fulfilling the requirements under this bill. Mr. President, according to the record of TESDA, from 2017 up to February 28, 2023, there are 145,342 Filipinos certified in caregiving. Ito lang po ang yung mga caregivers na may newly issued national certificate. Two, wala pa po sa datos na ito yung mga licensed health care professionals na nagtatrabaho bilang caregivers. From this, we can infer that we have more than 100,000 Filipino families dependent on the income derived from the practice and profession of caregiving. To emphasize the importance of this measure, it will be noteworthy to look at the realities of a global aging population according to the World Health Organization. Number one, all countries face major challenges to ensure that their health and social systems are ready to make the most of this demographic shift. Number two, by the year 2050, 80% of older people will be living in low and middle income countries at makikinabang po ang Pilipinas dito. Number three, the pace of population aging is much faster than in the past. Number four, in 2020, the number of people aged 60 years and older outnumbered children younger than 5 years. Number five, between 2015 and 2050, the proportion of the world's population over 60 years will nearly double from 12% to 22%. Dito po sa atin, according to the PSA Census of Population and Housing conducted 2020, senior citizens constitute 8.5% of the household population and that there are 9.22 million Filipinos ages 60 years and above. Kasama na po ko rito. We are already aware that there has been a constant demand for Filipino caregivers abroad. Dahil mahusay, magalang, mapagmahal at may malasakit ang alagang Pinoy, maraming bansa ang mas pinaboran ng mga Pinoy caregivers, gaya ng preference nila sa mga Pinoy nurses. May mga Filipino nurses na nga rin po tayo na nagka-caregiving. We must therefore endeavor to institute policies in the practice of caregiving whose standards of professional service is excellent and globally competitive. As pointed out, the industry of caregiving has already emerged as a viable option for Filipinos, not only for migrant workers but for local workers as well. The Philippines is already positioning itself as a top destination hub for retiring foreigners. Because of lower costs of living in the Philippines and with English as our secondary language, along with other factors, we might be competing against foreign retirees transferring residence here. In the not-so-distant future, we might find ourselves with a shortage of caregivers to take care of our children, our elders, and our loved ones with special needs. As we recognize and act on the need to protect the rights of our caregivers towards decent employment and income, we also institutionalize a policy of protecting them against abuse, harassment, violence, and economic exploitation. We need to create a favorable working environment conducive and supportive to the welfare and interests of our caregivers. We are trying to establish an alternative choice for our caregivers where they are not forced to work overseas, endure the pain of being away from their families and loved ones, and take the many risks of working and living abroad. With the passage of this Caregivers Welfare Act, we give due recognition to the important role of our caregivers in national development. Panahon na po pangalagaan natin ang ating mga tagapagpalalaga at maprotektahan ang sektor ng ating mga caregivers. Madam President, dear colleagues, I enjoy all your help and support in passing our Caregivers Welfare Act this 19th Congress. Thank you very much, Madam President.
Thank you very much, Senator Estrada. Majority.
Mr. President, the co-sponsorship speech of Senator Angara, he requested me that it be inserted, Madam President, into the records.
Yes, so
It's so
inserted.
manifest, Mr. President. Next to co-sponsor the measure, co-sponsor. It's okay. Mr. President, the gentleman from the province of Cavite, Senator Ramon Bong Revilla, would also like to insert for the record his co-sponsorship speech.
So the speeches of Senators Angara and Revilla are inserted into the record.
And Senator Bongo, Madam President.
Senator
sorry.
Bongo as well. Yes.
Thank you, Mr. President. With that, Mr. President, there being, and I think, Madam President, you also wanted to insert into the records your
I
co-sponsorship.
actually have a prepared speech. Being the principal author of the measure, I am grateful to the sponsor, Senator Jinggoy Estrada, for giving it priority. This is a bill that I filed in previous Congresses, and I'm glad that it's finally being sponsored now. I'm grateful to the sponsor. Yes, my speech will just be inserted into the record. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, to allow our colleagues to further study the measure, I move that we suspend consideration of Senate Bill number 2019 under Committee Report number 57. I so move, Madam President.
No objection, hearing none. So the deliberation on the measure is suspended.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, Madam President, at this juncture, I move that we proceed with the privileged speeches. And at this juncture, may I move that we recognize the distinguished gentleman from the city of Valenzuela, Senator Sherwin Gatchalian, to deliver his privileged speech.
Senator Sherwin Gatchalian is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Presiding Officer. Good evening to all once again. The Philippine offshore gaming operations, or POGOs, have been a controversial sector of our economy over the past several years. Originally promoted as a robust source of tax and licensing revenues for the government, the Philippine government has allowed offshore gaming to flourish within our borders. At the height of POGO operations in 2019, just before the pandemic struck, 63 licensed POGOs were operating in the country, employing more than 239,000 workers. 20,956 were Filipinos, while 97,283 were foreigners. Thus, at the height of the POGO boom, roughly 4 out of 5 POGO employees were foreigners. Sa umpisa pa lang, mas naging matimbang na ang mga banyagang manggagawa kaysa sa sarili nating mga kababayan dahil base sa nabanggit kong figura, di hamak na mas maraming Chinese nationals ang nakikinabang noon pa sa trabahong ibinibigay ng Pogo na nag-ooperate sa bansa. Between January 2018 and September 2022, the Philippine Amusements and Gaming Corporation or PAGCOR collected an estimated 20.64 billion pesos in terms of offshore gaming operations revenue. Meanwhile, the Bureau of Internal Revenue reported tax collections from POGOs amounting to 24.97 billion between January 2018 and September 2022. Based on these figures alone, it seems that the POGO industry has contributed to the Philippine economy. However, this is only part of the equation. POGOs have also been linked to alarming criminal activity in the Philippines. Some of these crimes are violent in nature, such as kidnap for ransom or even murder. Other POGO-related crimes, such as money laundering, empower criminal syndicates to disrupt public order here at home and abroad. Some have argued that the reputational damage that the Philippines resulting from POGO-related crimes has cost the Philippine economy more than it has gained from economic activity and government revenue generated by these enterprises. The legality of POGO operations catering to mostly to Chinese nationals has also at times strained our diplomatic relationship with China, a major regional ally and top Philippine trading partner. Kung matatandaan natin, mismong China na noon ang humihimok sa atin na ipagbawal ang online gambling dito sa bansa, lalo na't mga kapwa din nilang Chinese ang karamihan sa mga customer ng POGO, habang illegal sa kanilang bansa ang lahat ng uri ng online gambling. Amid the conflicting data and passionate arguments for and against POGOs, a critical question arises. Do the economic benefits provided to the Philippines by POGOs outweigh the economic and social cost? The Senate Committee on Ways and Means, jointly with the Committee on Public Order and Dangerous Drugs, conducted an inquiry in aid of legislation to answer this question. The inquiries were triggered by the proposed Senate Resolutions 225, 227, and 229, authored by Majority Floor Leader Joel Villanueva, this representation, and Senator Grace Poe, respectively. After 4 hearings, where government agencies, think tanks, and private sector stakeholders provided a wealth of testimony and research on the topic, the answer is clear. The cost of POGOs outweigh their benefits. The Filipino people stand to lose more than they will gain from allowing POGOs to continue operating in the Philippines. In light of this, we recommend the permanent banning of offshore gaming operations in the Philippines. The recommendation to ban POGOs is premised squarely on the detailed findings of the legislative inquiry, which are discussed in great detail in the chairman's report submitted for consideration of this body. For the convenience of this body, I will synthesize and summarize the most important points of the report in this speech. As the chairman's report has been incorporated by reference in the speech, I respectfully request that the chairman's report be included in the record as an annex to the speech pursuant to second paragraph of Section 57, Rule 20, and Section 102, Rule 37 of the Rules of the Senate. Now, on to the findings of the legislative inquiry. For one, Mr. President, the POGO business model is inherently unstable due to the outsized foreign regulatory and political risk involved. By triangulating POGO spending figures by currency and foreign national employment figures, the committee found substantial basis to conclude that a sizable majority of customers placing bets through POGO operators are Chinese nationals. At the height of POGO operations in 2019, before the pandemic, almost half of all bets placed through POGOs were in Chinese yuan. Meanwhile, 57.64% of POGO workers employed at the time, or 68,156 Of the total 118, 239 were Chinese. According to a statement by former PAGCOR CEO and chairperson Andre Domingo, these Chinese nationals were employed for their language skills as they were responsible for communicating with their compatriots overseas who play Pogo games through voice or video chat. Using the currency and employment data as proxies, we can safely assume that Chinese nationals are the most prolific Pogo consumers. This is problematic because gambling is illegal in China according to Article 303 of the Criminal Law of the People's Republic of China. The provision also covers online gaming websites and gambling agents as per the May 12, 2005 decision of the Supreme People's Court and the Supreme People's Procuratorate. In essence, Chinese nationals are using offshore gaming operations based in the Philippines as a loophole to circumvent Chinese criminal law. It is no surprise that the Chinese Embassy of the People's Republic of China in the Philippines has released several public statements in relation to its citizens involved in gambling in the Philippines. On September 27, 2021, September 22, 2022, and October 11, 2022. The strongest statement was the most recent, when the spokesperson of the Chinese Embassy said, crimes induced by and associated with Pogo not only harm China's interest and China-Philippines relation, but also hurt the interests of the Philippines. It is therefore widely believed that social costs of Pogo far outweigh its economic benefits to the Philippines in the long run, and Pogo should be tackled from root so as to address the social ills in a sweeping manner. I can imagine the Philippine government would react in a similar way if a foreign ally were allowing Filipinos to bet on prohibited games like Kweteng or Isabong through online casinos housed in another country. The risks inherent to the Pogo industry were well summarized by the Philippine Institute for Developing Studies in its position paper dated October 10, 2022, which stated, Pogo faces more than the usual business risks, making Pogo-related investment inherently unstable, particularly if one views it against reported views and sentiments of the political leadership of the main source/partner country. In addition, the Pogo industry poses troubling social risk here in the Philippines. According to the report submitted by the Philippine National Police during the investigation, there were at least 102 Pogo-related crimes reported between the period of January 1, 2017 and January 23, 2023. 316 people were victimized by these crimes. A vast majority of victims, 214 were Chinese, while 28 were Filipinos. The most common crime reported in connection to the Pogo industry was the heinous crime of kidnap for ransom, with 30 cases recorded during the 5-year period. 14 cases of trafficking of persons were also recorded, along with 13 violations of the Access Device Regulation Act and 10 cases of kidnapping and serious illegal detention. Saksi mismo ang ating mga kapulisan sa mga kinakasangkutang krimen ng Pogo. Hindi na rin ito bago sa pandinig nating mga mambabatas. Sa katunayan, ang usaping ito ay ilang beses na ring natalakay sa Senado. Sa mga nagdaang pagdinig, naging saksi tayo mismo sa pagsasangkot ng Pogo sa iba't ibang krimen dito sa bansa. According to a letter received on March 17, 2023 from Police Brigadier General Jose Hidalgo Jr., the Regional Director of Police Region 3, the PNP Anti-Kidnapping Group led an entrapment operations at the premises of Pogo operator Lucky South 99 in Angeles City, Pampanga on September 14, 2022. This led to the rescue of Wu Jiaming, a Chinese national, and 42 other foreign nationals. Arrested in this operation was Chen Yiben, a Chinese national, and human resource staff of Lucky South 99. As a result, an information for kidnapping for ransom was filed against Chen Yiben and 2 other Chinese nationals still at large, Qi Xichen and Ho Nan. and information for qualified human trafficking in persons was also filed against Chen Iben and Gao Che. Meanwhile, in a letter dated March 9 of 2023, the National Bureau of Investigation, Director Attorney Menardo de Lemos, revealed that the Embassy of the People's Republic of China in the Philippines has filed on February 16, 2023, a request for assistance with the NBI to rescue a Chinese national, Xiao Xiaolong. Xiao Xiaolong is allegedly being illegally detained at the premises of Brick Hearts Technology Incorporated, a licensed POGO service provider at Xiongma Industrial Park in Bacoor, Cavite. According to the letter, NBI is still gathering leads to facilitate the rescue of this individual. Brick Hearts is the same POGO service provider implicated in a separate kidnapping and human trafficking case by Senator Grace Poe in a privileged speech last December 2022. Notably, Lucky South 99 and Brick Hearts are licensed by the government to operate in the Philippines. In other words, it appears that legal POGOs are also involved in criminal activities in the Philippines along with their illegal counterparts. The POGO industry also appears to be a potent source of financial crime. In a study, the Anti-Money Laundering Council reported that POGOs and their service providers are highly vulnerable to money laundering. Given that financial transactions of internet-based casinos are generally remittance-based and non-cash, regulators and authorities have limited access to their transactions, making POGO operations highly risky and susceptible to abuse. This is backed up by the findings of compliance checks conducted by the AMLC on 27 POGOs between 2020 to 2022. The compliance of 20 of these entities with AMLC issuances was rated grossly inadequate. One entity was rated as vulnerable, and 6 entities were considered non-cooperative. AMLC revoked the registration of the 6 non-cooperative entities and posted their names online on April 21, 2022. We will return to this point later. Meanwhile, data provided by the Bureau of Internal Revenue and PAGCOR also suggests that POGO operators are committing tax evasion. Under the tax code, as amended by Republic Act number 11590, POGOs must pay 5% on all gross gaming revenue or receipts derived from their gaming operations. The same law allows PAGCOR to collect regulatory fees equivalent to 2% of gross gaming revenue. According to the BIR, the indicative gross gaming revenue, or GGR, of POGOs for the period January to September 22 was 32.5 billion based on the amount remitted to them by licensed POGOs to satisfy the 5% gaming tax requirement. However, based on larger PAGCOR collection number from January to August 2022, the actual GGR appears to be 66.67 billion. This implies that licensed POGOs underreported their gross gaming revenue by 34.2 billion during the 8-month period alone, resulting in unpaid taxes amounting to 1.7 billion due to under-declaration. On this issue, the BIR, in its October 17, 2022 submission to the Committee on Ways and Means, and I quote, "It seems that there is a discrepancy between the collection of the BIR and the PAGCOR. The numbers convey that indeed POGOs are not declaring their revenues properly to the BIR." Napakalaking sampal naman ito sa mga kababayan natin, Ginoong Pangulo, kung sa mga maliliit na taxpayers, napakahigpit ng paniningil. Paano naman sa mga kumpanya ng POGO na bilyong piso ang hindi binabayarang buwis? Hayaan na lang ba natin silang makalusot sa pangil ng batas? On this issue, we recommend that the Bureau of Internal Revenue be directed to review the tax liabilities of POGO licenses, service providers, and the embattled third-party auditor, and subsequent report to the Congressional Oversight Committee created under RA 8424 or the tax code on the action taken thereof, particularly on the amount that BIR was able to collect to fund priority development projects and programs in GAA and program funds. Moving on to another point, Mr. President. Various government stakeholders such as the DOF have discussed the social cost of POGO. Their continuing operations in the country pose a reputational risk that could dissuade foreign firms from investing in the Philippines, discourage foreign tourists from visiting our shores, and result in severe economic consequences for our country. Kung ang Pilipinas ay patuloy nilang gagawing pugad ng kabi-kabilang krimen, walang duda na makakapekto ito sa imahe ng ating bansa. Sino ba naman ang gaganahang mamuhunan sa isang bansa kung saan patuloy na umiiral ang kriminalidad tulad ng kidnap for ransom and human trafficking? The sentiments of our people on POGOs illustrate the reputational risk involved. In a November 27 to December 1, 2022 survey commissioned by my office from Pulse Asia Research Incorporated, respondents were asked whether POGOs are beneficial or harmful to the country. 58% of the respondents who are aware of POGO said that they are somewhat harmful or extremely harmful to the country. Only 19% believe that POGOs are beneficial to the country. It seems that POGOs are damaging the reputation of our country in the eyes of our very own citizens. Ultimately, the merits of the POGO industry rest on whether the economic benefits provided outweigh the economic and social costs borne by the Filipino people due to their continuing operation. After all, the promised economic benefits were the main selling points of POGO legalization during the previous policy discussions. In this regard, we can rely on the comprehensive cost-benefit analysis conducted by the Department of Finance as an empirical benchmark to weigh the merits of the POGO industry. The partial direct and indirect economic costs produced by the POGO industry are valued by the DOF to be at 143.3 billion in 2021. Some of the more erroneous costs include the estimated decrease in foreign direct investment due to crime amounting to 26.23 billion and decrease in inbound tourism due to crime amounting to 28.62 billion. In contrast, the direct and indirect economic benefits derived from POGOs, including tax revenue, real estate activities, consumer activities, and others, amounted to 134.9 billion pesos in 2021. This is only 0.7% of the gross domestic product. In terms of the amount of tax collected from POGOs compared to the total tax collection, POGOs contributed only 0.09% in 2018, 0.23% in 2019, 0.29% in 2020, 0.14% in 2021, and 0.21% for the months of January to September 2022. Sa madaling salita, katiting lamang ang kitang naiambag ng POGO sa ating ekonomiya. Kaya naman hindi sapat na dahilan para sabing malaki ang mawawala sa ating ekonomiya kapag binuwag ang mga POGOs. The net result of the cost-benefit analysis of the POGO industry when comparing the economic benefits to the economic and social costs is negative 8.44 billion pesos. In a nutshell, the DOF analysis shows that POGOs are actually costing our economy more than the benefits they generate at an estimated ratio of 0.04% of GDP. Meanwhile, the 2022 estimates from the National Economic Development Authority suggest that the economic benefits of POGO are further declining. NEDA estimates that the gross value added, or GVA, by POGOs to the economy in 2022 was 58.3 billion. This is only 0.26% of the country's gross domestic product. Mr. President, the numbers are clear. The cost of POGOs outweigh the benefits. This implies that banning POGOs will not have an adverse impact on the economy, even considering foregone tax and licensing revenues. In fact, banning POGOs may result in a net positive for our economy when taking into effect the potential benefits of improved investor and tourist confidence. In summary, our conclusion is that the POGO industry has proven to be more of a liability than an asset to the Philippine economic and social order. In line with this conclusion, this representation formally recommends that the executive department and its concerned agencies immediately ban POGO's operation in the Philippines. The Department of Labor and Employment is likewise urged to help the estimated 16,736 Filipino workers affected by the proposed closure of POGOs find work in other industries such as the IT, BPO, and manufacturing. Sa mga kababayan nating nagtatrabaho sa mga POGO, huwag po kayong mag-alala kung mabuwag na ang POGO. May plano po ang gobyerno para sa inyo. Maglalagay tayo ng mekanismo upang matugunan ang mga mawawalan ng trabaho. Lastly, Mr. President, our investigation has revealed serious lapses on the part of PAGCOR in fulfilling its mandate to regulate the POGO industry. For one, PAGCOR has failed to develop an industry roadmap 5 years after the legalization of POGOs. PAGCOR does not even know how its own POGO third-party auditor operates. It does not know how gross gaming revenue, or GGR, is computed. It cannot even say that it is familiar with the business of offshore gaming, a business that it is expressly mandated by law to regulate for the benefit of the Filipino people. Significantly, PAGCOR has also failed to act on the April 2022 request of the Anti-Money Laundering Council to revoke the gaming licenses of 5 POGO deemed uncooperative with its issuances: MG Universal, Inner Strong, Smart New Wave, Show Global, and Winhurled. PAGCOR has likewise failed to act on reported POGO-related crimes. At the final committee hearing on this matter last January 2023, PAGCOR admitted that it had yet to revoke the license of Brickhart's Technology, an accredited POGO service provider implicated in POGO-related crimes through the privileged speech of Senator Poe last December. 5 weeks after the ordeal had been exposed on the Senate floor, PAGCOR has done nothing but more than impose a modest penalty of 10,000 USD equivalent to 500,000 pesos on the service providers. What is worse is that it appears that Brickhart's is still involved in kidnapping activities as late as this February, according to the March 9 letter of the NBI. And yet, Brickhart's is still accredited to operate in the POGO industry. Clearly, PAGCOR's dual purpose as both operator and regulator of gaming industries pose a clear conflict of interest. As an operator that seeks to maximize gaming profits, PAGCOR is incentivized to turn a blind eye to the failure of its licensees to comply with gaming regulations or even Philippine criminal law. Therefore, it is evident that PAGCOR must be restructured to separate its dual functions as operator and regulator. This is necessary to avoid regulatory capture and uphold the interests of the state and the Filipino people. Klarong-klaro na bigo ang PAGCOR sa mandato nitong pangasiwaan ang mga POGO. Huwag na sana nating hayaang magpatuloy pa ang kanilang mga kapalpakan. As such, it is recommended that Congress pass legislation separating the functions of regulation and operation in PAGCOR's charter. It is recommended that a new entity be created to perform solely regulatory functions as such authorization and licensing of games of chance and other forms of gambling. Meanwhile, PAGCOR will now function solely as a gaming operator. Mr. President, the POGO experiment has failed to provide the promised economic benefits to the Filipino people. Instead, POGOs have created the new avenues for crime and corruption, damaging our country's reputation among diplomatic allies, foreign investors, potential tourists, and even our own countrymen. The data and evidence on hand all point to the same conclusion: enough is enough. It is time to ban offshore gaming operations in the Philippines once and for all. Inong Pangulo, kung susumahin ang lahat ng mga ebidensya at datos na naisiwalat na kaugnay sa operasyon ng POGO, lumalabas na puro perwisyo lamang at walang pakinabang sa bansa ang mga POGO. Panahon na para buwagin ito. Mr. President, in line with the foregoing, I'm submitting for consideration a proposed Senate resolution urging the Executive Department to immediately ban all POGO operations in the country. The resolution also contains other recommendations crafted from the legislative inquiry, such as providing DOLE assistance to the affected Filipino POGO workers in finding alternative employment, the collection by PIR of the outstanding tax liabilities of POGO licensees, service providers, and third-party auditor, and the cancellation of work visas and alien employment permits issued to foreign POGO workers to facilitate their deportation back to their respective home countries. Mr. President, distinguished colleagues, I hope we can all join hands to do what needs to be done. It's game over for the POGO industry. Maraming salamat po.
Thank you very much, Senator Sherwin Gatchalian. That's a privileged speech, but you mentioned the resolution as well. Is there a resolution that was filed as well?
None, Madam President,
You
none.
will submit a resolution.
Intends, I think the chairperson intends to file a resolution. Madam Chair, may I just make a short manifestation before we recognize our Deputy Minority Leader to who intends to ask some questions to
Yes.
the
Majority
distinguished
Leader.
General. Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, just to put on record that I'd like to associate myself with the gentleman from Valenzuela, Senator Win Gatchalian, and thank him for his invaluable efforts and hard work in bringing these issues to fore, Madam President. I was listening attentively to the privileged speech of our brother, our seatmate, and I was thinking if it was actually me delivering the speech, Madam President. But just to put on record, Madam President, our efforts since 2016, and the presiding officer knows this very well, this representation has undertaken efforts to shed light on the issues of social costs associated with the proliferation of POGOs. Our previous investigations, Mr. President, as head of the Committee on Labor and Human Resources Development, yielded a lot of discoveries, Madam President. First is the discovery of Next Games Incorporated, an online gambling operator employed about around 1,546 foreign workers and only 11 Filipinos. Our hearings also led to the investigation and eventual arrest of Bureau of Immigration Commissioners Al Argosino and Michael Robles for accepting bribes. DOLE issued 115,652 alien employment permits from 2015 to 2017, but the Bureau of Immigration issued more, 185,099 special working permits or SWPs from January to November 30 of 2018 alone. And this led to the creation of the Interagency Task Force to monitor foreign workers in POGO industry and declared the mandatory nature of AEPs for all foreign workers in the country. And I recall, Madam President, you were then the chairperson of the Committee on Finance when we come up with this provision in our GAA. Another thing, Madam President, is that our office discovered that in SM ORA, which is a satellite office of the Bureau of Immigration, issued SWPs within 1 day if the application pays additional 5,000 pesos without any receipt. So alam na natin, unreceipted. If we multiply the number of SWPs issued by the BI for 11 months, with the 5,000 expedite fee, this translates to more than 900 million pesos, Madam Chair. So where did the money go? Thankfully, the BI leadership immediately took action and relieved the erring officers from their positions. In fact, Madam Chair, including security guards. Additionally, in March 2019, we called PAGCOR for the double standards when it came to the issuance of gaming employment licenses. At that time, Madam President, only non-online casino workers were required to get such licenses, but POGO workers were not. Because of our inquiry, PAGCOR now requires POGO workers to secure online gaming employment licenses. But unfortunately, Madam Chair, while the rule has been in place in 2019, as of October 2022, only 75% of POGO workers have OGL. According to DOF, from 2021 to August 2022, the POGO sector accounts for 0.03%. Ulitin ko po, 0.03% of our gross domestic product from 2021 until August 2022. While DENEDA has computed that in terms of gross value added, POGOs contributed roughly 0.28% to 0.34% of GDP in 2022. From 2016, Madam President, up to now, 7 years later, it has become clearer that POGOs exact a heavy toll on our country. We need a decisive action on the state policy that we want to take on this particular matter. All things considered, this representation still firmly and undoubtedly believes that there are things that we are better off without, and this include POGOs. Last but not the least, Madam Chair, let me put on record that this representation filed Senate Bill number 1281 or the Anti-Online Gambling Act. Kasama na po dito yung POGOs, Madam President, because as made mention by the Chair, costs of POGOs outweigh the benefits, including online gambling, Madam President. Until now, we have yet to come up with a clear-cut program as to how are we going to regulate, how are we going to deal with these evils of online gambling. And so again, let me state for the record my sincerest thanks and gratitude to the chairperson of the Committee on Ways and Means, and I fully support him, Madam President, with his energy and passion to really put a stop in the evils of gambling. Thank you, Madam President. And at this juncture, I move that we recognize our Deputy Minority Leader, Senator Risa Ontiveros, to interpellate the distinguished gentleman from Valenzuela.
Thank you. Senator Ontiveros is recognized.
Oops. Salamat po, Madam President. Good gentleman from Valenzuela, maari po bang tanong ng ilang mga tanong sa inyong privilege speech?
Yes, Mr. President. I'll be more than happy to receive questions.
Thank you very much, Madam President. I fully support the good gentleman's recommendation and call for the permanent banning of offshore gaming operations in the Philippines. Nagpapasalamat at nagpupugay ako sa kanila, Madam President, because this privilege speech and the awaited the committee report on the hearings, which this representation also signed, represent one of the most faithful investigations by various committees of the Senate over a few Congresses of this phenomenon of POGO. Naalala ko po, kung di ako nagkakamali, nagsimula dun sa investigasyon nung Senate Committee on Labor sa pamumuno ng dating chair nito na majority leader ngayon, yung kanilang investigasyon sa tax evasion, sa illegal employment, at iba pang mga issue na in-enumerate din kani-kanina lamang ng majority leader. Over a couple of years, inimbestiga din ng ating Senate Committee on Women yung POGO-related prostitution, yung illegal recruitment and detention, yung pastilla scam, at umabot pa nga dun sa human trafficking, na nitong huli, iniugnay na sa human trafficking at crypto scamming o yung tinatawag sa West na pig butchering. At ngayon, itong mahalagang committee report at yung ngayong gabi na privilege speech. So napaka-importante po. Parang nakapag-build up ang Senado bilang institusyon ng kaso natin laban sa POGO on various fronts. I noted, Madam President, good gentleman, one of the good gentleman's observations that the business model of POGOs is inherently unstable because of two reasons. I failed to write quickly enough, but I would appreciate, Madam President, if the good gentleman could reiterate these two reasons that make POGOs inherently unstable as a business model at kung ano yung significance na nakikita ng good gentleman dito na unstable ang business model ng POGOs,
Yeah, thank you,
Madam
thank you.
President.
Thank you, Mr. President, and good gentle lady from Bayan. Thank you very much for that question. In our analysis, Mr. President, majority or almost all of the income is being derived from China. But China has repeatedly said that online gambling and gambling is illegal in China. And they've been trying to curb online gambling in China with various laws. So, in short, they're making it very difficult for Chinese to bet online and to also work in POGOs. And because of that, your main customer is doing everything it can to reduce revenue. The business model becomes unstable because there's always this threat of reducing the revenue coming into the Philippines because it's a host of POGO.
Yeah.
So that's why in a research paper that was conducted by PIDS, they mentioned that the business model is unstable because the main source of revenue is coming up with policies to stop their citizens, their own citizens, to gamble.
Yes.
So as to if they will be successful or not, apparently I talked to some Chinese law enforcement personalities. Apparently, they're doing everything they can to stop the betting, but their technology is evolving very fast. Like, for example, the VPN, the virtual private networks, enabled Chinese to go virtually invisible when they gamble. No? But one thing for sure is they've already enacted laws to penalize Chinese nationals to bet, to work, and to invest in POGOs. So that alone creates an unstable environment for the Philippines, because if the Philippines is expecting revenue from China through POGOs, and the main source is doing everything it can to stop their citizens to bet, then the business model is inherently flawed. No? So that's number one. And number two, Mr. President, in that conversation with that Chinese law enforcement personality, he also mentioned that only people who have the propensity for crime that goes into the POGO business, no? Because it's illegal in China. So those who have that propensity are actually the ones investing in the POGO business. So initially, they tried to do it in China, I think a long time ago, but they moved outside. The same personalities moved outside of China because because China has already made it very stringent if you've been caught working in POGOs or investing in POGOs. So those same personalities are now here in the Philippines. So again, if you have personalities who are connected to criminal syndicates, who have propensity to crime working here, that also creates an unstable environment, because one day they can be apprehended, one day they can be put in jail. And what we found out through our hearings is a lot of the kidnappings actually happen. Even the POGO licensees are legal and registered with PAGCOR. So it doesn't matter if you're registered with PAGCOR. It doesn't matter if you're quote-unquote legitimate in the eyes of PAGCOR. But those personalities operate the POGO businesses.
Salamat, good gentleman, Madam President. In fact, na-note ko what the good gentleman just mentioned dun sa kanilang privileged speech, where he pointed out that indeed even licensed POGO service providers are involved in criminal activities. Pero allow me, Madam President, just to take one step back dun sa pinag-uusapan namin ng good gentleman about the inherently unstable business model. So what we have here is an irony. Kabalintunaan, sinasabi natin sa Pilipino, or we have a situation rich in contradiction, which we all as Asians, tayong mga Pilipino, siguro yung mga Chino din, appreciate some kind of a policy schizophrenia na yun na nga, yung main customers dapat as citizens or as civilian entities are involved in POGO, pero yung sarili nilang gobyerno has really laid down an opposite policy. So na-note ko po, Madam President, yung na Chinese law enforcers are doing all they can, and yet because of the technology, including the VPN, na in fact the good gentleman led us in his previous incarnation as the chair of the Senate Committee on Energy in the previous Congress to study in terms of our grid, no, yung sa NGCP, and again, China's role there, this matter of the VPN. And very striking, Madam President, good gentleman, yung sinabi ng good gentleman na because of this tech, which is outpacing even Chinese law enforcement, POGO players or other entities can be rendered invisible. Naisip ko tuloy, hindi lang pala yung mga Hapon ang may ninja. So yung mga Chino din ay may invisible and hard to catch or almost impossible to catch actors. Very notable din, Madam President, yung sinabi ng good gentleman that yung perspective ng Chinese law enforcement na only people with a propensity for crimes go into POGO. So may elemento din ng criminal psychology. And indeed, as the good gentleman said, the same personalities are now here in the Philippines. At kaya siguro, lumalabas na nga itong iba't ibang forma ng krimen against women and children, as the Committee on Women has found, and also against each other sa ganitong mga kidnapping. So, and here, dito ko idugtong for my next question, good gentleman, Madam President, yung sinabi ng good gentleman sa kanilang privilege speech na Chinese nationals are using the POGO as a loophole. So, what exactly are these loopholes which they're trying to slip through probably in their own country, pero nalulusutan din nila dito in our own legal framework in the Philippines, Madam President?
Yeah, the loophole basically, Mr. President, is because in China it's illegal to set up. We saw in their Chinese law, Article 303, the basic, here, let me just read it. Article 303 of the Chinese criminal law basically says that gambling is illegal. And it goes on that if you invest, work, participate in gambling, gamble in online gambling, you can be put in jail. So because of that very strict law, these operators went out of China and they looked for jurisdictions, no, such as the Philippines. Initially, before we passed the POGO law, POGO was not legally defined, no, very well. No? It's neither a land-based casino, it's neither an online-based casino. And
Nung una yata, good gentleman, tina-target yung ating mga seafarers o marino.
Right,
Hindi talaga land-based lamang.
correct, but they have people here, no? So that's why it was a loophole in a sense that they went out of China to set up shop here in the Philippines. It's another loophole because I am sure the good gentle lady from Akbayan will remember, initially, DOF didn't know how to tax POGOs. BIR also had a hard time. In fact, I remember the DOJ and the BIR had separate opinions, different opinions on how to tax POGOs. That's why we enacted RA 11590 in 2021 to define what POGO is and come up with an official taxation regime on POGOs. No? And that became the basis for the BIR to tax POGOs. But before that, it was very vague. In fact, when I was reading the report, the computation is quite inconsistent, no? Because didn't know how to treat POGOs before the law.
Salamat, good gentleman, Madam President. I think yung itinuro ng good gentleman sa kanilang privilege speech at malamang at na pansin ko nga po nung pagpirma ng committee report is very instructive. Kasi hindi pala monolithic ang POGO from the perspective of China and the Philippines. There's a lot more perhaps to it kesa sa una nating inakala. And it makes it all the more a complex phenomenon na tingin ko po, Madam President, swak na swak po yung panawagan tulad nitong representation dati ng good gentleman from Valenzuela na yun na nga po. And I reiterate my support for his call for government to immediately ban POGO. Pantay pong suporta dun sa rekomendasyon na ang DOLE tulungan yung ating 16,000 Filipino workers. Ibig sabihin, miyembro po, breadwinners para sa 16,000 Filipino families na madidisplace kapag pinakinggan ng executive yung ating panawagan dito sa Senado. So, Madam President, good gentlemen, in the interest of time, hanggang dito na lang muna po yung aking mga follow-up questions sa privilege speech at pwede naman pong mag-interpolate kapag tinalakay na sa floor yung committee report. But maraming salamat talaga po at pagpupugay sa good gentleman from Valenzuela, both for educating us more about the POGO, dahil hindi lang naman tayo mga Pilipino, hindi lang ang mga Chino, iba pang mga people sa ating rehiyon at mundo ay nababahala na at napipinsalaan na dito. And of course, also for taking up again and again the cry of the Senate to finally put an end dito sa bagay na mas maraming pinsala sa atin kesa ganansya. Salamat po, Madam President, Mr. President. Salamat po sa
Thank
good
you to the
gentleman.
good gentle lady from Akbayan. And just to close with that point, based on our research, we're the only country in the whole world who is hosting POGOs. In fact, Cambodia has already restricted online gaming, because of the same experience, the social ills and the social costs that they're experiencing. And that's why, based on our research, we're the only one hosting this kind of operations. In fact, I had an interesting discussion one time in Malacanang with the Thai ambassador. Because being a member of the Southeast Asian family, I asked him, how come Thailand is not hosting POGOs? If it's as lucrative as what they say, how come Thailand shied away from POGO? And the simple answer is, we studied it, the social cost is just too much. We have enough crime on our hands and we don't want to add more. And that's what their analysis. And then that's why here in Southeast Asia, we're the only ones now. So thank you for the support, good gentle lady from Bayan.
Minority, iniwan niya tayo. Is it long? You also want to partake?
Mr. President, next to interpolate is the distinguished minority leader. I move that he be recognized, Senator Coco Pimentel.
Our distinguished minority floor leader is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. We take advantage of the privileged speech delivered by the chairman of the Committee on Ways and Means, which conducted the investigation on POGO. So, Mr. President, the conclusion is for the Republic of the Philippines to immediately put a stop to POGO or Philippine offshore gaming operations, Mr. President.
Yes, correct, Mr. President. That is the recommendation, Mr. President.
Mr. President, as far as I know, the general rule is that given our constitutional regime, gambling is illegal in the Philippines unless there is a law authorizing it.
Yes,
So,
Mr. President.
does His Honor agree with that understanding?
Yes, Mr. President.
Our default position is bawal ang
Yes,
legal.
that's why there's licensing procedures, Mr. President.
Kailangan may batas actually, Mr. President. That's why I want to pinpoint, Mr. President, as far as Pogo is concerned, what law made it a legal activity here in the Philippines?
But Mr. President, we enacted RA 11590, which specifically defined the activities of Pogo, what is Pogo, the activities of Pogo, and its attendant entities, no? Like service providers. Those were defined under RA 11590. And included in that bill is also the taxation regime, Mr. President. So Pogos will be taxed 5% on their gross gaming revenue, and that 5% will be given to the BIR, Mr. President. So that is in short, in summary, that is the law that defined Pogo and governs its taxation regime.
So when the state taxed the activity, it impliedly recognized the validity or legality of the said activity.
That's my interpretation, Mr. President.
So is His Honor, Mr. President, therefore also calling for the repeal of RA 11590?
It seems to me, Mr. President, because if you ban it, there's no need for RA 11590 because the RA 11590 specifically talks about Pogo and its attendant entities like the service providers and all that, no, Mr. President. So rationally, Mr. President, that law should be repealed, Mr. President.
So yes, so that would be one outcome of this privileged speech, Mr. President, that for those of us who agree with you and your conclusions, we should look at, we should entertain the idea of filing a bill which will now repeal 11590.
But Mr. President, on top of that, we should be also explicit that the repeal will also lead to the banning of all forms of Pogos, because I remember prior to this law, Pogo was already operating. The law was enacted in 2021, but Pogo was already in existence in 2017.
Yeah.
But the state didn't know how to tax it, or the state didn't know how to give it a personality. No? Hence, we came out with that law that defined the personality of Pogo. But the most important feature of that law is that taxation regime.
That's why I opened this up, Mr. President. So apparently, it is not that law which made Pogo legal, because in 2017, Pogo has already started. Unless we admit that we just were turning a blind eye to an illegal activity, because that's the default. That is the default position of the state, Mr. President. Gambling is illegal. There must be a law to allow it, Mr. President. So in 2017, there was no law.
There's no law, Mr. President. If my memory serves me correctly, Mr. President, when Pogo came here, it was under the regulatory powers of PAGCOR, being the default regulator of our country. And under its charter, it should regulate all forms of gaming. And I think they use that broad regulatory power to regulate Pogos. However, PAR didn't know how to treat Pogos, no? Because it's offshore. I remember at that time the discussion, it was offshore, meaning they cannot tax it. But then again, they have all service providers here operating. So it was really quite vague on how the state should tax Pogos. But I think in terms of regulation, it was PAGCOR that regulated POGO and also charge POGO operators with some gaming fees. No?
So meaning to say, Mr. President, we agree with PAGCOR's position that because PAGCOR was established by a presidential decree, so that charter in a presidential decree as early as 1970s maybe or 80s already anticipated online gambling to be under the jurisdiction of PAGCOR kahit hindi pa po sikat yung internet at that time?
In my understanding, Mr. President, and I can be corrected, is they regulate all forms of games of chance, Mr. President. So it's a very broad category. As long as your games of chance, you should be regulated by PAGCOR. But Mr. President, in 2017, an executive order was issued, no, EO number 13, that specifically assigned PAGCOR to be the regulator of POGO, Mr. President. It was 2017. I think that was already the start of the influx of POGO. So the executive department released EO number 13 series of 2017 to really specifically appoint POGO as the de facto regulator.
So
PAGCOR.
ang nagamit po isang batas allowing casino games, brick and mortar style casino games, and putting up the regulator for this brick and mortar casino games. Ito po ang nagamit by just pinpointing it the same body as the regulator of a new form of gambling. Yan po ang nangyari. And then by 2021, it's just a taxation measure. So
Yes, Mr.
can we
President.
categorically say that there is no specific law authorizing this new form of gambling?
Mr. President, in PAGCOR's charter, PD 18969, one of its mandate is to regulate, operate, authorize, and license games of chance, games of cards, games of numbers, particularly casino gaming in the Philippines. So I think it fell in the category of games of chance, Mr. President. And that's why the executive order used that mandate to clear up that POGO falls squarely within the regulatory powers of PAGCOR.
Yes.
But Mr. President, I know where you're coming from, Mr. President. I understand.
If had the administration been against it, it could have come up with an interpretation.
Well, Mr. President,
That's a PD never intended this regulatory agency entity to have jurisdiction over games which when the PD was written, we did not even have a hint that this would happen, Mr. President.
yes, Mr. President. I think at that time there was a promise of large tax payments,
Yun na nga, okay.
promise of huge potential in terms of revenue. So that's why instead of challenging it legally, it regulated it through PAGCOR.
Sige.
And to clear up the tax regime, I remember before DOJ and DOF had a different opinion on how to tax POGO. Congress came up with a law on the tax regime, Mr. President. So that was the
yes.
timetable, Mr. President.
So executive action is already called for by the speech of our chairman. And then legislative action pala is more than just repealing RA 11590. We have to go all the way back to PD 1869, creating PAGCOR.
Yes, Mr.
If
President.
we really want to make the case against POGOs airtight.
Yes, Mr. President.
And really prohibit them and not just ban them, but prohibit them, Mr. President.
Yeah, I will heed to the
Thank you.
wisdom
Thank
of our
you.
good minority leader, Mr. President.
No, but you led me to that conclusion, Mr. President. Thank you for the guidance. You were giving us the inputs on the pertinent laws, Mr. President. So, Mr. President, I think the conclusion that the social cost is greater than the economic benefit is well established.
Yes, Mr. President.
And then economic benefit, you can put a figure. Were you able to put, Mr. President, a figure on the social cost?
Yes, Mr. President. We actually had our internal figures, Mr. President, but we, to make it official, we requested UF, the NEDA, to come out with their cost-benefit analysis, no, so that it will be official. And well, Mr. President, I'll flash on the slide 22. And this is what the DOF came out with. No? In terms of cost, it's 143 billion pesos. And if you look at the breakdown of their costs, a lot of it is because of reputational damage or reputational risk. No? So, for example, Mr. President, decrease in inbound tourism, decrease in FDIs, and of course there are also multiplier. No? For example, if one tourist will not come here, there's a multiplier effect on that. No? So this is the breakdown, Mr. President, that was submitted to the committee, and that is the total social cost, Mr. President.
Versus what is the figure for the economic benefit, Mr. President?
May benefit time. This one, breakdown. Wala po siya.
Ilan yun?
Ito meron.
16
Hindi mo linagay. 134.6. Hindi mo linagay yung
30 billion?
Let me just pull out the slide, Mr. President. It's very difficult to discuss numbers without a slide, Mr. President.
Mr. President, the Senator Antiveros wants to...
Yes.
Yes, please go ahead, our Minority Floor Leader, Deputy Minority Floor Leader.
Salamat kaayo, Mr. President. Just a very quick interjection at this point na indeed yung impact sa foreign direct investments, yung effects of crime, impact on tourism, yung effects sa corruption perception, social costs, just to manifest na hindi pa nga naikwenta at baka mas mahirap ikwenta yung social cost in terms of, for example, prostitution, human trafficking, illegal recruitment and detention of foreign women into the Philippines, such as na nagkaroon din ng findings and recommendations ang Committee on Women. So, salamat to the good gentleman, Mr. President.
Thank you for those inputs, Mr. President. We'll show the benefits. So this is the actual submission from the DOF, Mr. President, and we'll just we'll make the benefits bigger. It's 134. There, Mr. President. So direct benefits, corporate income tax from POGOs, personal consumption of POGO employees, personal income tax from POGO employees. And then it also calculated total indirect benefits in terms of multiplier. Let's go down. So there's a multiplier because when they spend, there's multiplier to the economy, Mr. President. So the total benefit is 134. So if you subtract 134 from 143, it will be negative 8 billion, Mr. President. So that's how they came out with the cost-benefit analysis, Mr. President.
And total benefits were spread over how many years, Mr. President?
Mr. President, this is 1 year. 2021, Mr. President.
2020.
That's
So,
fiscal
yes,
year
our
2021.
figures concern year 2021. Sige, so ako po, I do not need a figure for social cost. I know it is greater than the economic benefit. But for those who are looking for a figure, we have a figure, although incomplete pa nga yun. So the social cost is really greater. So it's an established fact already, Mr. President. Ang masakit kasi rito, Mr. President, that's why I rose up also to intervene and interpolate is that ginawang playground ng Pilipinas eh. Ginagawa po tayong playground. Takot sila maggawang krimen sa bansa nila eh. Napaka-stricto dun eh. Dito, they feel not liberated, protected. Yun po ang mga masakit, protected. And powerful. Yun po ang masakit. I mean, that's why something is wrong with this policy and gusto natin kanina po nag-sponsor kayo among others of sa ROTC, making it mandatory. Tawag natin discipline. Itong mga in the name of money, payagan natin dito, undisciplined playground. Modern human slavery actually, Mr. President, ang nangyayari kung tutusin. And then they believe that kung victims nila ka-nationality nila, there will be no remedies. Remedies or there will be no assistance which will be given to their victims, Mr. President. Yan ang masakit eh. So we are endangering our guests, our foreign guests, our visitors. Pugad tayo ng criminal activities, pumapayag tayo. Sooner or later, tatama na yan sa kapwa natin Pilipino. Although sa speech po, meron nang tinatama ang Pilipino. And then, pag sobra ng laki ng ulo ng undisciplined tao na yon who feels powerful and protected, pag maubusan na po yan ng biktimang ka-nationality niya, sinong next? Definitely Filipinos. Wala nang iba. So this is what is happening, Mr. President. And that's why we fully support the position of our chairman in his committee report.
Thank you, Mr. President. And I support the statements of our good minority leader. And that's precisely what the good gentle lady was mentioning in her opening remarks earlier, that these POGO operators are slowly creeping in our enforcement agencies. A case in point there, the human trafficking incidents, illegal workers from China. These illegal workers cannot come here without the connivance of the Bureau of Immigration. No? So, and the Pastilla scam. No? Ang nangyayari ho, Ginong Pangulo, is itong mga enforcement, piniperahan rin itong mga POGO operators. No? Because the POGO operators, they want to stay here. So the corrupt enforcement agencies found an opportunity to make money out of them through illegal entry into the country, through human trafficking, and I'm very concerned that if they also manage to penetrate our law enforcement agencies such as the police force, then it's very, very difficult to regulate this type of businesses, no, Mr. President. So, and we've seen it. It's starting with Bureau of Immigration, and we've also seen it in other agencies, Mr. President. So we have to be, it will not stop here. No? And in fact, Mr. President, let me just flash on the slide. As late as March 9, and I mentioned this in the speech, but I want to emphasize that the Chinese embassy reached out to the Department of Justice through the National Bureau of Immigration. The Chinese embassy is seeking assistance from the NBI as late as February 16, 2023. And one of their nationals, Chinese nationals, was being held against his will. So in other words, even though it's not being reported in media, it's happening beneath our nose. And it's not because it's not being flashed on TV or the internet, but it's happening, Mr. President. And I don't want a scenario where when everything is already blown up, then we act, Mr. President. We need to act now while these things are still manageable, Mr. President.
I move to suspend for a little while, Mr. President, for CR breaks.
Yes, liquidity break. Session suspended.
Yeah.
Mr. President, we continue with the interpellations of our minority leader, Senator Coco Pimentel, and to answer his queries, the distinguished gentleman from Valenzuela, Senator Win Gatchalian. I move that
Yes,
he recognized.
our distinguished minority floor leader is recognized once again.
Thank you,
Continuous
Mr.
interpellation.
Thank you,
to our
Mr.
distinguished-
President. So, because this will be our last session day before we go on a month-long break. So, and the topic is very important. The future of our country is at stake, and the report is well written, Mr. President. The investigation was very competently handled. Yeah. We have to really discuss the findings of our chairman, Mr. President. And then, in one slide, we also showed the employment record of Pogos, 82%, if I'm not mistaken, for foreigners. Mostly, siguro, and 18% Filipinos, so numbering 16,000 of Filipinos. 82% would be mostly Chinese. Di ba? So, foreigner.
Mostly Chinese.
Yes.
Mostly Chinese, Mr. President.
And then most likely,
There, Mr. President. In the,
yes, these were, oh yes. Most likely, these were not given employment visas before they left their country of origin. They were given visas here, Mr. President, most likely. And if that is correct, what agency was responsible for that, Mr. President?
But Mr. President, I understand that it's a Bureau of Immigration policy. I would like to probably seek some assistance from my good majority leader because he investigated this at one point. I remember that the visa upon arrival was allowed at that point. And when they come here, they can apply their visas, Mr. President. So I would venture into saying that it was a Bureau of Immigration policy, Mr. President. But I believe it was also revoked, Mr. President.
Yes, Mr. President, and yet, ilang thousands po yun, are still here working in Pogos, Mr. President? Foreigners.
Well, this is 2019, Mr. President. The number right now has dwindled. It's about 40,000 total,
40,000.
of which 50% are foreign and 50% are Filipino. More or less, Mr. President.
Okay, so at least we can take comfort in the fact na nagdwindle ang number or probably the industry got hit because of
COVID,
and
Mr. President.
other factors, Mr.
The
President.
reason why the number of foreigners dwindled, Mr. President, because of COVID. The lockdowns and the travel restrictions restricted the movement of the foreign workers coming into the Philippines.
So hindi sila nadagdagan. Parang ganon. But now, tapos
Hindi nadagdagan po yung Filipino workers.
yung foreign workers po. Ngayon, let us say na medyo relax na po ang COVID travel restrictions. Do we see a trend na nadadagdagan pa sila?
It's too early to say, Mr. President. I think the travel has only started to recover early part of this year. So it's too early to say, but I'm anticipating that it will probably reach probably pre-pandemic levels, Mr. President.
Okay, so before we took a break, we were talking about police, corrupt personnel in the PNP being complicit with this crime, Pogo-linked crime syndicates, Mr. President. So the police, the PNP appear before us at least every budget cycle, Mr. President. So siguro come the budget cycle this year, when the PNP is before us, we can ask them questions related to the findings of our chairman, that there are police officers or police personnel in cahoots with criminal syndicates related to Pogo or linked with Pogo, Mr. President.
Yes, Mr. President, we can. We can also inquire from them as to the status of those cases being filed. I know that some of the criminals or some of the personalities who are embroiled in the kidnap for ransom, illegal detention. They're still at large, Mr. President. So we should get some updates, Mr. President. And earlier I reported in the speech that the PNP filed cases against some personalities already, Mr. President.
At saka siguro, Mr. President, yung policy natin on providing security personnel paid by Filipino taxpayers' money, galing sa PNP, for these businessmen involved in Pogo activities, I think it's being abused.
Yes,
I think some of them get more than two, Mr. President. Ang question is, why do they even get two police security detail, Mr. President, paid for by the Filipino people? Sa EDSA, Mr. President, on the way here, one day, I got to tail the vehicle of our majority leader, Mr. President. Walang escort, walang security detail. Oh.
Well, Mr. President,
Kasama rin ako, parehas din ako, wala din. Eh ngayon, ang problema, Mr. President, ito mga to na, I think the policy is two, but sa reality yata, they get more than two, Mr. President.
Yes, Mr. President, that has been a constant nuisance, Mr. President. And I remember not only in this hearing, but in other committees, that escort has been a sticking point to many of our senators because it's very abusive, Mr. President. And not only that, the one being escorted is emboldened to do whatever they want. No? And personally, I also encountered them on the streets and also inside restaurants. And I'm actually quite perplexed on why these personalities would require police escorts, Mr. President. I've seen them with my own eyes also, Mr. President.
Tayo pa nagbabayad nun? Sweldo
Sigurado, Mr. President.
Opo.
But I'm sure the extra money is bigger. No, so that's why these escorts, they because they want to earn a little more, they probably allow themselves to be assigned to these personalities.
The armed forces also appear before us every budget cycle, Mr. President. Are there reports of the armed forces personnel also being used as security of Pogo executives and businessmen, Mr. President?
The hearing in the Ways and Means Committee, Mr. President, didn't cover that. So I cannot answer that with certainty, Mr. President.
We will just siguro also pursue this line of questioning when they appear before us. So Mr. President, yun lang, PAGCOR, the PAGCOR chairman and the PAGCOR president did not appear in our hearings, Mr. President.
No, Mr. President.
So siguro I think we should explore ways on how we can get PAGCOR high-ranking officials or officers, pay attention to Senate proceedings and investigations involving their own agency, Mr. President. Hindi kasi sila nag-appear sa atin sa budget cycle, so maybe malakas ang loob, pero hanapan po natin ng paraan kasi kita mo naman ito po, sa report po ng ating chairman, 2 Pogo licensed entities, Brick Horse Technology and Lucky 99, are proven to have been involved in criminal activities. Kung alam natin yan, dapat alam din nila yan. And yet we are not able to confront the leadership of PAGCOR. Ano na ginawa ninyo?
Correct, Mr. President.
Anong reaction ninyo?
Well, Mr. President, during the last hearing, we confronted the PAGCOR representative, and we found out that the fine that they imposed on this airing licensees is only 500,000 pesos, Mr. President. So, and they remain to date operational and duly licensed by PAGCOR, Mr. President. So, this is where the conflict of interest comes in, no? Because the regulator will not punish the airing licensee heavily because the regulator also makes money out of them. No? So that's why the conflict of interest became very detrimental for us in terms of Pogo and also in terms of other games of chance being regulated because they earn. How can you regulate an entity where you also earn a lot from that entity?
Sige po, but those who appeared before our committee was the
Representatives.
PAGCO representative.
Yes, Mr. President.
Siguro yung rank, Mr. President, hindi nga natin alam anong rank ko nung tao yun.
Yeah.
Mr. President. So siguro next time, Mr. President, we look for a way to require the leadership of PAGCOR. Dalawang leaders dyan eh. I think there's a PAGCOR president and a PAGCOR chairman. Diba?
Yes, Mr. President.
So anyone or better both, Mr. President. At any rate, Mr. President, I think His Honor, the chairman and this representation filed resolutions for the investigation of the contract with the third party
Auditor.
of the Pogo businesses, Mr. President. And this is now, these two resolutions have been referred to the Blue Ribbon.
Yes, Mr. President.
We shall await the chairman of the Blue Ribbon Committee's action on our resolution.
And Mr. President, just to pursue on that thought, we will continue to hear on that aspect because now, under the law, a third-party auditor is mandated. And the reason for that is to audit, no? to determine the real gross gaming revenue as being declared by the POGO licensees. But in the absence of the third-party auditor, we have to make sure that the PAGCOR is capable in determining the gross gaming revenue because the gross gaming revenue is the basis for the BIR. If the POGO entities will not declare the right gross gaming revenue, then we can't collect the right taxes. And it's been proven also during the hearing that they've been declaring 50% less than what PAGCOR is receiving from them. No? So there's a trend of tax evasion that we detected. That's why we requested the BIR to look into this matter. And they confirmed that the declarations are very different between PAGCOR and the BIR.
Pero ang nakikita po natin, Mr. President, ang nag-exert ng extra effort, hindi ang PAGCOR, ibang ahensya ng gobyerno, plus committee pa natin. So, diba,
Yes,
Mr. President, spurious bank certification, sinabmit sa PAGCOR, sinabmit ng PAGCOR sa committee natin ang kumilos to investigate kung totoo hindi lumabas spurious.
Correct, Mr. President.
Mr. President, so
We don't see a honest to goodness proactive
correct, Mr. President.
approach from PAGCOR. They're really just waiting on their seats, waiting for revenue to come to their coffers, Mr. President, without exerting any effort to regulate or to determine whether the amounts are correct or not.
But the Senate will not just fold our arms, Mr. President, and say we cannot do anything diba? About this indifference of PAGCOR. Diba, Mr. President, we have to do something.
Yes, Mr. President, because like I said earlier, the BIR collection is hinged on that gross gaming revenue. So if the gross gaming revenue is underdeclared, then we're not going to collect anything, Mr. President.
Sige po, Mr. President. Mag-stricto na rin siguro talaga dapat tayo sa PAGCOR, Mr. President.
Yeah. That's why, Mr. President, on top of that, the entire POGO business is quite unstable in a sense that we cannot determine the real gross gaming revenue. The main customer is imposing restrictions. The operation is also being operated by entities connected to crime. So the whole model, if you look at it from a broader perspective, Mr. President, it's quite unstable. No? And but the worst thing, Mr. President, it's also embroiled in criminal activities. No?
Yes.
And that's creating a lot of negative perception on behalf of our country, Mr. President.
So, last point, Mr. President. So our majority leader can prepare for his sponsorship speech. Last point, if His Honor can still recall the statement of our Justice Secretary, that he says that it will be a humanitarian crisis if we send home the 40,000 Chinese workers in Pogos, Mr. President. Do you recall that, Mr. President? And do I recall it
more or less accurately, Mr. President?
I remember that, Mr. President, and I think the context there is there are a lot of illegal POGO, meaning unlicensed POGO operators here, and they were tasked to raid and to close all of those illegal POGO operators. And I think they estimated that there are a lot of foreigners working there, mostly Chinese, and it will be very difficult for them to deport them right away because there's a technical process in doing so, Mr. President. So I think that was the context behind that statement, Mr. President.
If that is the context, Mr. President, he should have used the word, it would be difficult to send them home. But because if you call it a humanitarian crisis, aren't you already making an excuse that you will not do it, Mr. President? But I think we should do it. If they are here illegally, and even if they are here legally, and yet we now ban the formerly legal activity, it is their duty to go home to their country of origin. And if they do not, they face our procedure. And what is our defensive measure available? We have to deport them, Mr. President.
I agree, Mr. President. I agree with your statement, Mr. President, that when the country bans this this business here in our country, then they have to go back because one of the recommendations is also to revoke all the visas, all the permits being given, because there's no more reason for these personalities to stay in the country.
We will treat them fairly, humanely, and in a dignified way, but they have to go back to their country of origin.
Correct.
And this will be facilitated if we coordinate with the embassy of their country of origin.
But I remember there's a complication to that, Mr. President, because in the Chinese law, if you are convicted or if you are caught working in a POGO business or in a POGO corporation, you can be prosecuted, Mr. President. That's why I remember talking to some people saying that some of these workers, POGO workers, are finding ways to stay here in our country, even paying, I heard, 1 million pesos just to get paperwork just to get their permits to stay here. Not exactly working in POGO, but working somewhere else, because when they go back, they'll be prosecuted and most likely put in jail.
Yes, but our government agencies, including the Department of Justice, should not make that their problem, Mr. President.
Yeah.
That a Chinese adult who knowingly violated his homeland's law, who is found here in the Philippines, will be prosecuted when we send him or her back home. That's not our humanitarian crisis. That is not our humanitarian problem, Mr. President.
My fear, Mr. President, it will give corrupt government officials another venue to corrupt, to ask for money in return to give these people permits to stay. And that's the point that I'm trying to make. That
Yes,
it will give another venue for corrupt officials to make money.
Yes, Mr. President. And then my point is we should have the correct perspective captured by our public pronouncements. Ganun po dapat. I mean, di ba? I hope His Honor agrees
Yes,
with
Mr.
me,
President.
Mr. President.
I agree. I agree with the minority leader.
Oh, that is an adult person, Mr. President, who should know the state of their own laws, Mr. President. And if they violate, the Philippines is not their playground. The Philippines is not their escape, Mr. President. So at least we've made that point, Mr. President.
Thank you.
So with that, Mr. President, I'd like to thank our sponsor, our chairman of the Ways and Means Committee, for his patience, and all of you, Mr. President, for your patience. And congratulate our chairman, Mr. President, for a courageous, well-written, well-backed up report, Mr. President.
Well, Mr. President, just to close, since this is an ongoing concern and there's so many things that are coming up whenever we do this inquiry and we look at the data, we will continue to hold hearings, Mr. President, to find out more on the negative effects of POGO to our country, Mr. President.
So thank you, Mr. President. I terminate my interpellation.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. Thank you to our distinguished chairperson. A job well done on the committee report.
Yes, Mr.
Very thorough committee report.
Yes, Mr. President. Mr. President, Senator Grace po is seeking the floor, I think, to make a short manifestation.
Yes, I
That should be
distinguished
recognized, Mr. President.
colleague Senator Grace Post recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Before I give my manifestation, I'd just like to ask one question. So will Mr. Chairman, will the gentleman from I keep saying
Venezuela.
Venezuela. Valenzuela
A lot of
categorically state that the POGO industry is not something that we should continue here in the Philippines.
Yes, Mr. President, the report is to ban POGOs because it's the social cost is more than the benefit that we are deriving from it. And we also determined that the effects to our economy, even to our revenue generation, is very minimal, Mr. President.
Thank you. Well, that's really for the record. And Mr. President, if there is anything that we really value from this hearing that we had, number one is that with regards to PAGCOR, they had employed the services of an auditor that is really not even qualified to do that particular service for the PAGCOR. They're not listed and here or even recognized as a competent company to be able to do the auditing. And number two, of course, in spite of what the POGO operators or owners are saying that they contribute highly to our economy, because of the courage of our chairman, it's also been disclosed that we can't really say that it's really been helping us. There are other industries that are better for our reputation that we should encourage more than the POGO. So thank you for the hard work of our chairman for conducting this hearing immediately, thoroughly, courageously, intelligently. We need it almost makes me very confident if ever I have a concern if it's referred to his committee. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you for the kind words, Mr. President. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I move that the privileged speech of the distinguished gentleman from Valenzuela, Senator Win Gatchalian, and the interpellations, manifestations thereon be referred to the Committee on Rules. I so move, Mr. President.
There be no objection, the motion is approved.
Mr. President, I move that we transfer from the calendar for ordinary business to the calendar for special orders, Committee Report number 63 on Senate Bill number 2035. This is the bill pertaining to Trabaho para sa Bayan Act. I so move, Mr. President.
There be no objection, motion is approved.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I move that we consider Senate Bill number 2035 under Committee Report number 63.
There be no objection, motion is approved. Senate Secretary can read the title of the measure.
An act establishing the National Employment Master Plan to be known as the Trabaho para sa Bayan Plan, appropriating funds therefore and for other purposes.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, may I be allowed to sponsor the measure?
Our distinguished colleague from the great province of Bulacan and our majority floor leader is recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Mr. President, distinguished colleagues, I am greatly honored to sponsor a bill that will benefit all Filipinos for generations to come. One that will outlive us all. Senate Bill number 2035 under Committee Report number 63 entitled An Act Establishing the National Employment Master Plan to be known as the Trabaho para sa Bayan Plan, appropriating funds therefore and for other purposes. Before I begin, Mr. President, I'd like to thank our dear colleague, Senator Grace Poe, the chairperson of the Committee on Economic Affairs, for who is still here with us, Mr. President, to listen to the sponsorship speech, who allowed this representation to head the subcommittee hearings, Mr. President. Mr. President, masakit pong balikan ang naging kalagayan ng ating mga manggagawang Pilipino noong kasagsagan ng pandemya. We reached our worst unemployment rate in April 2020 at 11.7%, equivalent to 7.3 million unemployed Filipinos. During that time, Mr. President, all regions in the country reported double-digit unemployment rates, especially in BARM, Mr. President, with 29.8% unemployment rate. In our region, Central Luzon or Region 3, with 27.3% unemployment rate. And the Cordillera Administrative Region with 25.3% unemployment rate. Mr. President, pandemic man o hindi ay tila hindi tayo makaalpas sa seasonality ng trabaho, lalo na po tuwing bare months at school opening. Just last year, Mr. President, we have seen a downward trend in unemployment rate starting August 2022 at 5.3% to 4.3% in December of 2022. Ngunit bigla naman po itong umakyat ng 4.8% sa January 2023 matapos ang bare months. Aside from unemployment rate, it is also important to discuss, Mr. President, the quality of jobs in the country. Notably, Mr. President, our underemployment rate has remained high from 13.8% in 2019 to 14.1% as of January 2023. That is according to Philippine Statistics Authority. Kung titignan po natin ang datos, Ginoong Pangulo, ng PSA, marami po sa mga trabaho sa bansa ay nasa service sector na nagre-representa ng 60.7% ng kabuuang trabaho sa bansa nitong January 2023. Malayo po ang agwat nito sa agrikultura na nasa 22.2% at sa industry sector na nasa 17.1%. Clearly, Mr. President, we need to diversify and increase opportunities in the other sectors if we are to become a self-sustaining and prosperous country. It is hard to rejoice at the 2022 GDP growth of 7.6% and the projected 5% GDP growth in the next 15 years if our citizens do not feel it. We currently have an inflation rate of 8.7% as of January 2023. Meanwhile, Mr. President, our unemployment rate is 4.8%, equivalent to 2.37 million unemployed Filipinos. Our underemployment rate remains at double digits at 14.1%, equivalent to 6.65 million Filipinos desiring to work longer hours. Sa likod po ng mga numerong ito, Ginoong Pangulo, ay mga manggagawang inaasahan ng kanilang mga pamilya. Sila po ay may mga anak na pinapaaral o hindi na mapaaral sa hirap ng buhay. Sila po ay may mga magulang na inaalagaan at hindi maipagamot dahil kapos ang salapi. Ang iba naman ay may kapansanan, may edad o may sakit. May mga bagong graduate naman na puno ng pag-asa at inspirasyon, ngunit wala namang trabaho na mapasukan. That's why, Mr. President, we need an employment policy that is resilient, comprehensive, coherent, future-oriented, progressive, and easily adapts to the ever-changing nature of work and emerging trends in the labor market. Mr. President, employment should not just be an incident to economic development. Generating more decent and permanent employment should be the objective of economic growth, to make growth inclusive and a reality for all. Mr. President, in 1976, we ratified the International Labor Organization Convention number 122. 47 years ago ito, Ginoong Pangulo. This is the Employment Policy Convention. The convention states that each member shall declare and pursue as a major goal an active policy designed to promote full, productive, and freely chosen employment. One of the commitments under this convention is to have a master plan on employment. It is unfortunate, Mr. President, however, that the Philippines is not completely compliant with respect to this particular commitment. Thus, Mr. President, this measure seeks to create a trabaho para sa bayan plan, which will be the country's employment master plan. This measure builds on the National Employment Recovery Strategy implemented by the Nurse Task Force. The formulation and contents of the Trabaho para sa Bayan Plan shall be undergirded by the following objectives: job-led economic growth, worker development through skills training and enhancement and active labor market efforts and other services, support and incentives to businesses, and enhance industry collaboration. The TPB plan shall be formulated by an interagency council headed by the National Economic and Development Authority as the chairperson, with the Department of Trade and Industry and the Department of Labor and Employment as co-chairpersons. Mr. President, the Interagency Council shall also harmonize all existing policies, all plans, programs, and projects, and shall work together with existing interagency councils engaged in efforts that aim to provide an enabling environment for employment and enterprises to grow. The overarching objective is to avoid duplication of functions, ensure effective use of limited resources, and converge and complement all government efforts. Mr. President, during our discussions in the committee, we discovered that there are so many councils, Mr. President, which appear to work on their own with very little coordination with other agencies. For example, Mr. President, we have the Philippine Skills Framework Executive Committee, the Interagency Investment Promotion Coordination Committee, the Micro, Small, and Medium Enterprises Development Council, the Innovation Council, and the Creative Industries Development Council. Pagdating naman po sa mga plano, Ginoong Pangulo, tila bagang hindi rin nag-uusap-usap ang mga ehensya natin sa gobyerno. Tingnan po natin ito, Ginoong Pangulo. Ang DOLE ay may Philippine Labor and Employment Plan at Career Guidance Advocacy Plan. Ang local government units naman ay may Workforce Development Plan. Ang Department of Trade and Industry, meron naman pong Philippine Skills Framework. Ang National Youth Commission, may Philippine Youth Development Plan. Ang TESDA, meron din po naman na National Technical Education and Skills Development Plan. Ginoong Pangulo, Mr. President, the goal of the Trabaho para sa Bayan Plan is to harmonize and synergize all these efforts towards a coherent and cohesive employment policy. Isang plano po, Ginoong Pangulo, isang plano na magiging direksyon ng lahat ng polisiya, proyekto, programa at iba pang mga inisyatibo upang patuloy na bumuo at gumawa ng dekalidad na trabaho para sa bayan. Again, we urge our colleagues to support us in the passage of this measure, which was recognized as one of the priority measures of the President and this present administration. Ang ating pong panawagan, trabaho sa bawat Pilipino, trabaho para sa bayan. And before we end, again, Mr. President, we'd like to thank our dear colleague, Senator Grace Poe, the chairperson of the Committee on Economic Affairs, for allowing this representation to be the chairman of the subcommittee. We likewise thank Mr. President, Senators Amy Marcos and Win Gatchalian and Nancy Binay for co-authoring this very important measure. Muli, maraming salamat, Ginoong Pangulo, and may God bless us all.
Thank you very much, Majority Leader. Our distinguished colleague, Senator Angaras, raising his hand.
Thank you, Mr. President. I know the hour is late, so I'll keep it brief. I just recall a few months ago, we were in the palace for one of our LEDAC sessions. I think it was the fourth quarter LEDAC, Mr. President.
Yes.
I was there as a rotational member. You were there as the permanent members of the LEDAC. I think Senator Lauren was also there. The Majority Leader was there. You were there. And when it was the first time they presented the administration's priority measures, I think, Mr. President, if I'm not mistaken, no? My memory is a little sketchy at this point in the evening, but and I remember after the presentation, when it was turned over to the open forum session, we had just passed the medium-term fiscal framework. I remember here, I sponsored that, and we mentioned that there was little emphasis on jobs. And I remember the Majority Leader stood up to express your idea that perhaps we should have a more robust policy regarding jobs. And I think I commend the majority leader. He's the right man to come up with that employment strategy given his track record at TESDA. So di nagkamali po ang ating chair ng Economic Affairs, Senator Grace, na bumalik lang para marinig ang talumpati ng ating majority leader. At fresh na fresh po siya dito sa ating bulwagan, Mr. President. Parang first thing in the morning. Kita niyo naman.
He's glowing.
But she gave the assignment to the right person, the majority leader. And I commend him because he made a promise, not only to the president, but to our people. And this has been his promise ever since his first run for the Senate, that he's fulfilled it. And I would also like to co-author. Thank you, Mr. President. Yeah.
Yes, if it can also be made a co-author.
Gladly, Mr. President, and we thank the gentleman from Aurora for his kind words, Mr. President. I remember, Mr. President, you were there and you were also very passionate about this measure in
Yes.
convincing the President that it becomes his priority
As a
measure.
matter of fact,
Thank
the
you, Mr.
president asked your help.
Yes, Mr. President.
The
Thank you.
president said, Joel, please help me.
Thank you. I remember that and I humbly accepted the challenge, Mr. President. Thank you very much. Mr. President, Senator Grace Po is seeking the floor. Our
Yes, Senator Grace
chairperson.
po.
Mr. President, first of all, I would like to thank our majority leader for asking to lead this subcommittee. I was confident in assigning it to him because of his expertise in labor. He was chairman of the Committee on Labor, and not to mention, I think TESDA performed at its peak during his time. Kaya nga yung iba minumungkahi ibalik sa TESDA. Pero ngayon, kailangan natin siya talaga dito. I also had to speak because I know that our majority leader is really hardworking and is very passionate. And that's exactly what we need for our labor sector. Somebody who's hardworking and somebody who's passionate enough to fight for their rights and also for a better life for all of them. And Mr. President, the reason why I was about to leave earlier and I was caught by our majority leader is because inassign ko na nga sa kanya eh. Kaya nga paalis na ako di ba? gusto niyang marinig ko yung kanyang na buti naman pinakinggan ko kasi maganda naman pala yung plano niya. So congratulations and I hope that next time I'm about to do a cheese escudero.
I will not mention him.
Please do not call my attention. Thank you.
At this hour, you're very excused to go home. It's 9 p.m.
For the record, Mr. President, it wasn't me who made mention that she was about to step out, Mr. President. I didn't know that, Mr. President, because I know that she's so eager to hear the sponsorship speech, Mr. President. Mr. President,
Thank you.
again, thank you so much, Mr. President. I think this is a very important measure, and thank you for all your support. Thank you to our colleagues who joined this representation in co-authoring this very important measure. Mr. President, to allow our colleagues to study further the measure, I move that we suspend consideration of Senate Bill number 2035 under Committee Report number 63. So move, Mr. President.
There have been no objection to the motion. Motion approved. Yeah, maybe we can do a change of referral for the water bills, potable water bills. And then we can adjourn.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. President. But before we do that, Mr. President, Senators Bongo and Senator Revilla wanted also to be made co-author of the Trabaho para sa Bayan Act. And they also wanted to, they are also requesting that their co-sponsorship speech be inserted into the records. So move, Mr. President.
There being no objection to the motion, motion is approved.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, some administrative matters as we tackled this a while ago during the privileged speech of Senator Pia Cayetano. With the permission of the body, I move to transfer the primary committee referral of Senate Bill number 16 or the Water Sustainability Act from the Committee on Public Services to the Committee on Sustainable Development Goals, Innovation, and Futures Thinking, and to make a succeeding referral thereof to the Committees on Public Services and Finance. I so move, Mr. President.
There being no objection, motion is approved.
Mr. President, with the consent of the body, I move to transfer the primary committee referral of Senate Bill number 310, construction of a potable water supply system in every barangay, from the Committee on Local Government to the Committee on Sustainable Development Goals, Innovation, and Futures Thinking, and to make succeeding referral thereof to the Committees on Local Government and Finance. I so move, Mr. President.
There being no objection, motion is approved.
One last, Mr. President, with the consent of the body, I move to transfer the primary committee referral of Senate Bill number 1048, Safe Drinking Water Act, from the Committee on Health and Demography to the Committee on Sustainable Development Goals, Innovation, and Futures Thinking, and to make a succeeding referral thereof to the Committees on Health and Demography and Finance. I so move, Mr. President.
There being no objection, the motion is approved.
Mr. President, before I move for the adjournment, Mr. President, may I just be allowed to give honor to whom honor is due, as the Bible says, Mr. President. And I said it before, but I will say it again. Our Senate President is Zubiri good, and our support to him is Zubiri strong.
Thank you,
And
sir.
Mr. President, contrary to what very few social media posts have claimed about our Senate President Migs, our Senate President has made this institution stronger, more innovative, and more inspiring. Our Senate records will not lie, and we have passed landmark legislative measures. I can talk about it, Mr. President, but due to the lateness of the hour, I think it's so easy to just check the record of this August Chamber, this particular Senate. Ako po'y isang buhay na patotoo, ako po'y isang buhay na saksi na talagang trabahador ng Senado ang aming Senate President. Kaya maraming salamat, Ginoong Pangulo, sa iyong leadership, who takes care of his people and stays focused on the job at hand. We will continue to march behind you, sir, Mr. President. Psalms chapter 78, verse 72 says, with upright heart, He shepherded them and guided them with His skillful hand. Maraming salamat, Ginoong Pangulo. Maraming salamat sa bawat isa na naririto, sa mga staff ng Senado na hindi kailanman natakot na magtrabaho ng overtime para lamang sa ating minamahal na bayan. Maraming salamat po sa inyong lahat.
And if I may also, Majority Leader, I'd like to, alam niyo naman yung sinasabi ko palagi, it's a team effort. Whenever we talk in our Viber groups, I always say it's a team effort. So I'd like to thank the Majority Floor Leader, the Energizer Bunny of the Senate, who doesn't seem to run out of power. He's always energized and always on his toes, and very active and very hardworking Majority Floor Leader. We'd like to also thank our Minority Floor Leader, Senator Aquilino Coco Pimentel, our Deputy Minority Floor Leader, for the patience and the hard work that you give to all our bills. And of course, to the members of the Senate, particularly to the last few ones that are here tonight. It is our last day. Senator G.B. Ejercito, Senator Nancy Binay, Senator Sani Angara, Senator Grace Mo, and definitely Senator Sherwin Gatchalian, one of our most hardworking senators. Yeah, the seatmates, absolutely. But also earlier, we were a full house. And I'd like to say that in the last few weeks, actually this last few months since we started, we have been having almost the perfect quorum. We had the perfect roll call. Almost 22 to 24 members always are represented here during work hours. We just ratified 2 bicameral committee reports. I will not say any more of the titles. That was just today. We have pending with the conference committee 1 measure. We have approved on third reading 19 other measures. We have approved on second reading Baler as a birthplace of Philippine surfing. And hopefully that will be approved on third reading soon. We have pending for second reading 22 measures. So marami din po tayo nagagawa through the efforts of the Majority Floor Leader. I thank you, sir. and will continue to be passing legislation that is good for our country and good for our people. We'll always put this institution at always first in our hearts, and we always remember that the Senate will always be a place of democracy, not just the last bastion of democracy, but a strong influence of democracy in our country. And I thank each and every one of you for making this job much easier for me. So, mabuhay po ang Senado. Maraming salamat din sa Secretariat. Nandito, Secretary Ray, of course, the Legis group that are here, the pages, all the people of the back of the house who do all the work for us sa rules, sa bills and index, and all the staff of the senators na nagtsatsaga po araw-araw para gumawa ng napakagandang mga batas. So once again, maraming salamat.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, also General Angkan, who
Of
worked
course.
tirelessly, Mr.
Our
President.
Sergeant at Arms.
Yes, our Sergeant at Arms. Of course, again,
What's
Mr.
up?
President,
What's up?
who are still here today, our Minority Leader, Senator Coco Pimentel, Deputy Minority Leader, Senator Risa Ontiveros, our Deputy Majority Leader, sabihin ko sana the best Deputy Majority Leader was, Senator J.V. Ejercito, Senator Nancy Binay, Senator Sani Angara, Senator Grace Po, Senator Sherwin Gatchalian, who are still here, Mr.
At
President.
9:24 in the
At
evening.
9:24 p.m. Mr. President, before we adjourn, may I just remind our distinguished colleagues that there is a standing Senate resolution, resolution number 21, entitled Resolution Authorizing All Regular Standing Committees, Oversight Committees, and Special Committees of the Senate to conduct hearings, meetings, and consultations during every recess of the Senate to have continuity in the process of passing pending proposed legislation and to conduct investigations on issues of national interest in aid of legislation, in crafting relevant legislation. So, Mr. President, I move that we adjourn the session until 3 o'clock in the afternoon of Monday, May 8, 2023. I so move, Mr. President.
Before I act on the motion, I'd also like to say to our Muslim brothers, Eid Mubarak. Tomorrow is the start of Ramadan. And to our Christian brothers and sisters, a holy and blessed Holy Week coming next week. So with that, there be no objection. The session is adjourned until 3 o'clock in the afternoon, May 8, 2023. Have a blessed evening to everyone.